Just momentarily.
Good evening.
Just momentarily, yeah. Just so I can put it in here.
Okay.
Good evening.
Because then I can search for it and add it because I'm not logged into my account.
Good evening. It is 4:30, and I am going to call our work session to order. Welcome. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a work session with student leadership. Thank you. Such our big table here today with a lot of energy. I love it. And with Ms. Simone Hamilton, Director of Equity and Strategic Engagement. At this time, I will take roll call of the board members for attendance. I will call each board member's name, and if they are present, they will say present. Director Song. Director Cook.
Present.
Director Clark is excused and absent. Vice President Vera.
Present.
And then, of course, myself. I'm going to just take a quick opportunity to say welcome, everybody. I was just talking to Superintendent Bela here that it's really fun to have you all in this room because the energy level kind of went from like, sometimes we're a 3 or 4, I would say, into like 15. So this is a lot more fun, and we get much better food when you are here. Chipotle, so thank you for joining us on that. It's not just that our desire to have students as part of what we do here at the district office, it's actually in our rules. We have policies that say that we will have student voice. And I'm going to tell on ourselves and say we have not done a great job of it. And we need to get better. And you are part of that. So it's kind of cool to be in like that ground floor of like what that looks like. And we're going to get better. And it has been a commitment from this board to figure out what that looks like. And I'm so excited to have each of you here today to tell us all the things. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Bela for introductions.
Thank you. Thank you, President Markell, members of the board, and to our students and our staff here today, any parents who also helped to show for our students here. Thank you for your time today. I'd like to now turn it back over to Ms. Simone Hamilton, our Director of Equity and Strategic Engagement, to get us going on our celebrations and hearing from our students tonight. Ms. Hamilton.
Awesome. Thank you, Superintendent Vela and board together. I'm glad you guys are able to be here tonight and hear more from these incredible young people. So this is kind of a continuation to kind of every year we come and kind of share you what is, I like to call it like the state of the union from the student perspective is a way to think about it. And kind of how this started was a kind of a merging of just like what's going on in young people's life. We survey young people all the time. We hold focus groups or ask things, and then kind of like share out the learning of what that is and how that informs the decisions and actions that we take as a collective district. And so I want to kind of take us back to where we've been to kind of make sense of where we are and where we hope to go with this. So when I first started in the district, there was already a student equity and inclusion survey that was created by the Equity Council and administered, and it was really designed to answer this question: what is the current student experience in KSD? And so when I came in, there had already been a year's worth of data, and I looked at it, you know, myself, I was like, okay, I think I would have asked the questions maybe a little bit differently, or there's a lot of questions here. But to honor this idea that it's part of a PDSA cycle, this idea of continuous improvement, you want to look at comparative data year over year. Because if you're constantly changing the questions that you're asking, sometimes you miss the opportunity to compare and see if things have changed, if things have gotten better, if there's been growth, or if we're not making movement, or if we've gone backwards. And so what that looked like over these past 3 years is what I'm going to kind of walk through us just a little bit to take us some historical context. So in school year 2020-21, so kind of like right after COVID, they kind of planned this survey out. It was going to be a really comprehensive and robust set of questions. I mean, I think the survey was like 30 questions long. Some of you guys even might remember it from a few years ago. It was lengthy. There was a lot of questions in there that also kind of felt repetitive. The idea was that it was going to go to middle school to high school to look at the 6 through 12, and that was just going to be an online survey form that they would go through and fill it out. So the do part of the PDSA cycle and plan, do, study, adjust is we implemented the survey. It went out through school messenger, it went out through the email, and the survey was actually open for a whole month. There's a whole month for young people to be able to take it. And that was designed, again, to create accessibility for teachers and optimal opportunity for other adults throughout the system to support students in taking it. When we got that information back and the data from that first survey, some of the things that we saw when we analyzed kind of the participation and the way young people were engaging with it was that it was challenging for the younger grades due to the length of the survey. There were also terms in there that young people in the 6th grade weren't familiar with or in 7th grade hadn't really been exposed to. So when you think about, we're asking you a question and you don't know what the answer or what the words mean, then the quality of your answer may not actually be usable. Or you may be providing an answer thinking the question is asking something else, and then that also can lead us down some pathways that lead us to implementing things that aren't actually in line with what you need. And then when we did some analysis on the responses, what we could see big time though was that there was a desire for more opportunities to engage. Young people wanted more opportunities to engage, and they also expressed this desire to see themselves more reflected in their curriculum. They felt that certain stories that they were reading, certain ways the curriculum were being taught, was not culturally responsive or in alignment with what their needs were. And so that led to some adjusting, or also action is sometimes what that A stands for. So in the short term, when I came on that year before and the year after, there was a lot of work happening in this around social studies curriculum, around ELA curriculum, and really looking at the books and the stories that are told when we're teaching these content areas. And are they surfacing diverse stories? Are they surfacing people that are reflective of the student body? And then in the long term, kind of, I think the decision was made to just continue with the survey. Again, this idea that we're gonna try some different things and then we'll survey again to see if we're seeing any change in impact. Which then brought us to that second year. And that's also when I first came on, was after the first time it done and we were going around for a second iteration. So I went again, a lot of the stuff was similar, same question set, because again, the idea was to look at data comparative year over year, still same grade levels, but what we did add was a custom video. And this was a video that actually featured Tiara and Emilio, who used to be here and work in the communications department. Both are KSD alums. Emilio went to Kent Ridge and graduated from Kent Ridge, and Tiara graduated from Kent Meridian. And they created a video that was kind of a call to action to young people. So instead of just getting an email with a bunch of words, you could actually see young people, kind of giving credibility and validation to the survey itself and what we were asking for. So that was something new that we implemented. Then again, when we implemented it, we did the same kind of mechanism, survey via school messenger and an email. It was open for a month. And when we did some analysis around this time, we saw that it was actually really, really hard for 6th graders, even more specifically, because if you'll remember, 6th grade was still in elementary school at this time. And elementary school students use their computers very differently than middle schoolers and high schoolers. So there was a large population of middle schooler or 6th graders, essentially, that weren't able to access the survey in a meaningful way or weren't as familiar with how to use that type of tool on their computers. And then we also, again, we saw the repeated need for more desire for opportunities for engagement, but also this new thing kind of came up, which is this desire to build relationships with teachers and your peers. There was this need of having more space to just be in community, not always just work all the time, but to work on projects, to build things together, to create things, to experience things together. And so some of the action and adjustments that we take was the student design teams. Some of you who were on the very, very first iteration a couple of years ago, I think Lily is one of the people still here that was a part of that. And we did that kind of around school safety and looked at some other things, but that's kind of what came out of that second iteration of the survey. And then also in the long term, really needed to look at how are we delivering this survey? Is it accessible? And then also how do we find other ways to collect student voice so that it's not just like one time a year that we're doing this survey. Which then brought us to last year, where we made some big improvements. So last year, we did refine the question set. So we didn't really add any new questions, but we definitely took out redundancies in the last year's reiteration. So it was a lot shorter because, again, we heard the same feedback, like this is too long. Because like I told you, it's like 35 questions. It was a lot. So we made that shorter. We also did the same grade levels and worked with elementary teachers who were teaching 6th graders a little bit more closely to try and build in some more time for it intentionally to happen. But continued on with the custom video that was made by Tiara and Emilio and still in the online format. When we implemented it too, we did the same thing. It was open for a month, went across school messenger and email. And in the analysis of it, we did increase participation among the younger students. And again, working in partnership closely with those elementary school teachers was crucial to that, to increase that from those younger students. But then we also realized that we weren't necessarily learning anything new from the data. So last year's data still told us the same things: desire for more opportunities for engagement, desire to continue to have space to build relationships and community with each other and your teachers. But then when meeting with the schools and talking with, like, how do you then take this data and create actions or plans or work in partnership with young people, we saw kind of moments and ideas of what that could look like. We saw at Kent Ridge last year, they led an advisory lesson that came out of their student design teamwork. The Kentwood students actually led a PD, a teacher PD, and held circles with each other. So a bunch of different schools did different things on how to kind of bring that to life, but it still necessarily didn't feel that we were limited. We were limited to only being able to act upon the data that was being provided from these questions in this survey that existed for so long. So the adjustment that we looked at was last year's, again, we continued those student design teams, but we really needed to reimagine like a complete approach to how we approach student voice. And a lot of this informed that goal in the strategic plan around student leadership, around creating more opportunities, was that it's not enough to just have this come out of a survey. It needs to be embedded into like the bedrock and the plan and the, how we're going to do business here in Kent School District. So that's why it then made itself into the strategic plan, and now there's been some more robust efforts. So I wanted to show this video, but we can't, it's not letting us see right now, so I'll make sure you guys get the link after. But it really asks this question, how do we design to unleash the potential of young people? That was the question I was asking when looking at the survey for this year and not wanting to do the same thing over and over again. And what Virgil offers in this video is this idea that you can keep trying to redesign the thing. And you guys have probably heard me talk about this before too when I talk about inclusive spaces, versus looking at the space around it. So it was like I can continue to try and find the right question to ask young people, or what would it look like to get out of the way and have young people tell us the questions that need to get asked, and then give us the answers that we need, which then led to this new approach for this year. And I like to use this term, FUBU. It's like for you, by you. And so for a long time, we had been designing a lot of what for students and for students, but we weren't designing with students. And I think that's super crucial. And even in the process of designing with students, understanding our role in it. And so one of the metrics that we added in the strategic plan, you'll notice, is this idea of YPAR, which stands for Youth Participatory Action Research. And it's a framework for how you work with young people in different spaces to give you guys the tools, the resources, and basically the runway to build in the landscape, to design, and to implement what you see. And it gives us, the adults in the system, good steps and resources to follow on how to support you in that. And it also gives us good information about where we need to step back and then where also we need to step in, because we're so used to just kind of doing everything and then giving it to you. So Youth Participatory Action Research, as you can see here, is just an approach to research and social change that centers young people. In partnership with adults, youth are supported to utilize their own perspective and strengths to identify, study, and address social issues that impact them. So again, when it was this time again for us to do this survey, I was like, this is an incredible opportunity for it not just to be me, but it to also be in partnership with young people, which then birthed this incredible group of young people who are not even fully representative of all, everybody who worked on this project. And so across our schools, across our 4 comprehensive high schools and our 2 academy schools at Kent Laboratory and Kent Virtual, we've been meeting. Over the past 2 months, we've met about 8 times virtually, where each team gathers together at their school. We hop onto a virtual call, and we kind of went through this process of reviewing the old surveys. They gave feedback. Each and of themselves got to decide, you know what, we want these questions, we don't want these questions, and then we're going to make some new ones. When we went through that process, initially, in my mind, it was like, okay, we're going to somehow design this survey that they're going to design that's going to work for everybody. And clearly, it made sense that it was like, that's actually not, again, I'm looking for the easiest solution for adults and not what makes the most sense for young people. And so what we pivoted and decided to do was that each school, there were going to be about 8 questions that that we needed just for comparative analysis. And then there was going to be some that were their choice. So in this new planning part of this new PDSA cycle we're going into, the content changed. Students designed the questions, and again, with some consistency, there was those questions that I needed answered. We continued to stay with grades 6 through 12, and the way it worked is each school had a series of questions, their own survey, and then that same survey that was for that high school got sent to the middle schools in that same strand. so that it was more aligned again with their space, their context. So students, the Kent Meridian students, their survey went to Mill Creek and Canyon Ridge, and so on and so forth, for how the rest of the feeder patterns work. Another thing we did is we created a new video. So Emilio's no longer here. He's out being great, making films. You know, Tiara's about to be out making films, Oscar award winning. They're gonna be doing great stuff. And then these kids are gonna be like, who are these people? So it was like, it was time to make a new video. So Tiara wrote a script, really great script, worked with Arnold from communications, and they went out and worked with all the different schools, went to all the different school sites to create a video, which we'll show in a second for you to see. But those were some of the initial changes that we made this year. Then in our implementation, instead of doing school messenger, I actually directly emailed all the students. So I sent it to each school and directly emailed them. Now the middle schoolers thought I was a robot a couple times. They thought it was scam, so they had to check in a little bit, which I appreciate their due diligence. They're following their little trainings and their cyber citizenship. At first they were a little skeptical if it was real, but they filled it out. And then this time we also did some street interviews that some of them will be able to show you. So kind of collecting data on the ground. They used different technology tools to create some questions, to have more of that conversation with their peers. And again, the survey went through an advisory. We had some teachers do it during advisory time. There were posters made at certain schools with QR codes so students could quickly scan and access the information. Now this survey was open for only 2 weeks, so it was a little bit more of a truncated timeline, but it actually didn't impact our response rate at all, because I think these other adjustments that we made to support engagement and attractability kind of counteracted not a large window. And we also know too that sometimes if it's just too open, you start to see the traffic at the end and nobody's filling it out anyways. So what we've done some analysis so far is, again, we increased participation for the middle school students, and also I think a big part of that is 6th grade is now in middle school. So 6th graders are using their laptops a lot more, so that went up. And also because the questions were tailored to specific things in their school experience or their lived context in that moment, things might have felt a little bit more relevant. And then the response analysis, stay tuned, because that's what these incredible people are about to tell you in a second. And then lastly, kind of the adjustments that we have planned from this. So the first is to, again, reinstate this group and to develop some action plans based off their data that they've looked at, some ideas that their peers and that they've come up with. But in the long term, our goal, and this is connected to the strategic plan, which is really developing a suite of strategies and tools for school buildings and young people to use to gather information, to share your voice, to be a part of decision making, and what that looks like going forward. So with that, I'm going to now share the video that was created to kick off this survey.
Hi, I'm Asha, and I'm a junior at Kent Lake High School.
And I'm Isaiah. I'm also a junior at Kent Lake High School. Now, we need your undivided attention for a quick second. Oh, give me 1 second. Hello?
What's up? You tell him yet?
No, not yet, but
It's fine, I got it. So, check it out.
Wait, did you really just interrupt them?
I don't see the issue.
I can't work like this. I am in my kind era right now.
Even going, we have to shoot the video.
All right, I guess we'll take it over from here. I think what we really need is, yo, you got cookies? Hold on, I think I need one.
Back up.
This April 15th, our Student Equity and Inclusion Survey is going out. It's going to close on April 28th. This is a survey for 6th graders all the way through 12th graders to tell us about your school life.
It's important that you let us know if you like the way it's going at your school, or if you want changes to be made, then you gotta let us know. You can access the survey 3 ways.
The link to the survey will be sent to your school email account. The link to the QR code will be provided in your advisory class.
Survey posted on our school with QR code, and you just scan it and fill it out.
There will be other opportunities for you to tell us your experiences at your schools, but just be focused and get it done. Be better than us.
Fill out that survey! Click that link and take that survey!
Take that survey!
Awesome. A round of applause for all y'all. Great job. major shout out to Tiara and Arnold. Thank you guys for pulling that together. I think I gave
There's some great acting there.
Uh-huh. I think I gave her that task like on a Monday and it was done by a Thursday. And I was like, okay, we need this video. So great job. But again, and it got a lot of great feedback from that video. A lot of students being like, okay, I'll fill this out, or okay, it's real. So again, it works to have your guys' faces and to give that credibility to what you were asking. So some kind of overall trends from the data that we saw. So again, you're just going to hear about the data specifically to each of their schools today, but there was some data that we went over for all of the different schools. So there was over 2,000 responses that we got from all the kids. It went to 13 different schools. This is kind of our overarching breakdown from a sense of belonging, and we're growing. We're growing compared to last year. I wasn't able to directly pull the number from last year, but this end of this graph is much bigger than what it has been over the last couple of years. We also asked questions about their experiences with leadership, field trip opportunities, ways they like to communicate and engage, topics they have interest around, the ways they get to school, transportation, and get around the community, and then also the different types of social and cultural identities that they represent or are a part of. We're building a dashboard to be able to share more of this information, so stay tuned. There'll be more to come, and I'll be sharing some more in June when I come and present about the equity work that we've done this year that'll inform some of this. But without further ado, I am now going to pass it over to Kentwood to give us an update on their work.
Guys, oh, my bad. Okay.
You're perfect.
Okay, my name is Maya Hathaway, and I am representing Kentwood High School. Right clicker. So this is just an overview of how Kentwood High School looks, as in gender, equity, and where, grade, and different organizations that we have at the school. So this is a percentage of how many people we had taken the surveys. Out of the 114 students, only 6% of our school took the survey. And this is including Running Start for 12th and 11th grade. Question 11, communities and identities. So we have 5 different groups, as in organizations, equity, culture, gender or sexuality, and other thoughts. This is just an example of how diverse our school is, and this is also just based on who took the survey and their responses. First question is belonging at the school. So one of the most important questions of any school is how much do you feel like you belong? And the highest being is belong somewhat with 37 responses, and the do not belong is with 9 responses. Race and culture impact. So how much does your race or culture impact how you're treated at school? 10 responses are mega impact, while 41 responses have no impact. We decided that we don't know if it was positive or negative, so one note for next year is to see how how more in depth can we be with this question, as in is it a positive or a negative fact. Question 17, percentage of concerns treated seriously. So this is more specifically on admin and how they take students seriously. 50% through 75%, 46 responses, with 75% and 100% with 11 responses, as in the most and least. Question number 18, social media impacts. This is just a general question of how much does social media impact your school life, because as the Generation Z, social media plays a huge role as now, and as kids playing different video games. So 17 responses have mega impact, while 41 has some impact. Again, just as another note, next year we're going more in depth about those questions. Question number 21, what variable make you not want to go to class? And some of the concerns of these people not wanting to go in class, skipping or just not attending school at all. This concern goes from teachers, students, and other. The most responses that we have are teachers not caring or being judgmental, biased, or just not having a clear understanding, as well as students being disruptive or rude. Question number 24, feeling of safety around staff and admin. We asked the question of, do you feel safe around the staff or school as a general location? And with 74 responses, we have yes most of the time. With 7 responses, not really. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
What was the dork of the school? Just curious.
So we just added it because we wanted to see what kind of responses that we have. Don't know what the person meant by dork of the school. So if they feel like they belong like that, I guess that's how they feel.
And we'll have time at the end for questions. Yeah, you don't got to touch it yet. Is it on? Yep.
Hello. Oops.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Butchu. I am a sophomore at Kent Lake.
Don't touch a button.
It just keeps, if you just keep talking, it will eventually catch up with you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Saka Cole. I am a junior at Kelly High School.
Hi, my name is Asha Bakari, and I'm a junior at Kent Lake High School.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Perry, and I'm also a junior at Kent Lake High School. And I would like to share some of the demographics and survey results that we have gotten from Kent Lake. We had found that around the 60% mark that most people didn't take the survey, and we were trying our best to get the admin to put into our advisory classes, like have the video playing and then have it a QR code afterwards, but we couldn't really get that done because even though we had access, they still didn't send it out to the advisory classes.
Yep, you're great. You're great.
You are.
Your special microphone.
Your
Your
special
special mic
microphone.
right there.
Okay, this is working now?
Yes.
Okay, so our first question is question number 12. Are there any identities, cultures, and/or communities that you feel aren't seen or recognized at your school? The reason we ask this question is because at Kent Lake, race and culture are a very big part of our school. We are very diverse when it comes to things like that, and it felt like it was something that we had to bring up in our survey. So some of our student responses were Pacific Islanders, students of color, and a lot of minorities. And some people were mentioning the trans community, some people were mentioning their religions, and some people were just talking about like how they don't feel represented in their school at times, and some even felt like they were recognized like all the time, and we were all equally recognized through their eyes. And we felt that it was important to have this be part of our survey because a lot of people think Kent Lake is the white school of like all the 4 schools. So we felt that it's good to show that we are really diverse and we have a lot of people that go to our school that come from different backgrounds, even though we don't do the best at recognizing them, but we're working on it.
So we chose question 13 and 14 too. How much does race/culture impact how you're treated at school? So here's a graph that showcases the students' answers. Some students in the majority impact areas notice differences in treatment compared to other students, and whether that be from students themselves or from staff. And some students feel like that they are not impacted whatsoever, or they have, quote, privilege, unquote. And here we have a wonderful video that we can play.
Hello, today I'm with Mr. Wilson, and I want to ask, as a teacher, how is it, what have you witnessed in terms of racial inequality or discrimination?
Many times the courses are geared toward the way society has always taught the classes, which is not inclusive. Now they're working on inclusivity, trying to incorporate what's going on in society with what is normally been taught to what should be taught. Inclusivity means including everyone, not just one particular set of people, the majority.
Yeah, so this video was basically explaining how people of color are underrepresented in comparison to their white peers. And a step to resolve this issue is inclusivity in education.
Hello, today I'm with...
There you go. So that takes us on to questions 15 and 16. Do you agree that teachers are biased or have incorrect assumptions about students? So if you take a look at the graph from our student responses, you can see that many of the kids all said that they somewhat agree with that, and then more kids said that they strongly agree compared to the 12 that answered that said that they don't agree. And then if you look at some of the student responses that we got, there was one that had said many of the teachers tend to be biased towards kids that they favor, mainly the white kids, especially in the AP classes. It makes it harder to learn if the teachers only want to teach certain kids rather than the class as a whole. And then if you take a look at the somewhat agree, you can see that somebody had responded. They said that very few teachers use their correct pronouns. So many of the kids, even when you walk around and when they did do the surveys, you could hear that there was certain teachers that they didn't like. I guess you could say that they didn't like going to their classes because of the way that the teachers felt towards them or the way that they were treated in the classes. Because some teachers did name drop, I can't lie, but they did say that certain teachers would have biases towards certain kids of certain races. And also when it came to teaching, many of the kids weren't able to learn in those classes or able to focus in those classes because of the way that the teacher is teaching. So they weren't being very inclusive when it came to their teaching styles, nor were they being inclusive when it came to the needs that have to come with students that go to that school. So.
Thank you, Kent.
Thank you.
So, hi everyone. I'm Lillian or Lily Weatherly from Kentridge.
And I'm Victor from Kentridge. Yeah, Carl.
My name is Ella. I also go to Kentridge.
My name is Ipsira, and I also go to Kentridge.
Okay. We're good to move on to the next slide. Oh, I have the clicker. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, great. You're perfect.
Went the wrong way. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. Okay, so some stats from our survey. So we found that less than 5% of the kids that answered the survey said that they don't feel like they belong, which means that 95% of the students said that they feel like they belong at least somewhat, which I felt like was huge for our school. And I think what contributes to that is that we have a ton of clubs that recognize different cultures. We have BSU, Chinese Culture Club, Japanese Culture Club. We also have Pacific Islander Club, and then we have a Hindu club and a Christianity club. And so we have clubs that represent a lot of different cultures and religious groups. So I think a lot of people feel that they have a place that they can go and share both their race and their identity. And then only 4% of students that answered the survey said that race had a major impact on them, which I thought was another important fact, that whether that be a good impact or a bad impact. That means that they feel comfortable with their race at Kent Ridge, which I think is really important. And I think, again, that adds on to the fact that there are so many clubs that students can go to. Another one is that 70% of teachers, they said, are biased towards students because of their race. Possibly this is interesting compared to the 4%. So a lot of students feel comfortable with their race, yet still feel biased because of their race from teachers and from higher ups. So there's definitely possibly a imbalance there between the students and the teachers, which I think KR definitely suffers from. And then that 52% is actually taken from both Meeker and Northwood and Kent Ridge, all social media. And so I thought that was very interesting, especially since KR's Kent Ridge account has 3/4 of the people who are following are Kent Ridge students. So it was very interesting to see how much the different social media accounts affect racial impact. And yeah, I thought that was very interesting to look at the statistics from that.
My name is Victor, and I'll be talking surrounding the responses surrounding race. And from what we got about races, I would just like to read a couple of these responses that we got. From an anonymous 9th grader would say, people telling me then arguing with me about my race even after I pull up my DNA test to show them that I am indeed biracial. And this goes around because of identity and not people having great assumptions about other people's identity just by the look of the eye. And yeah, and it's something that is happening a lot in our schools, and which we acknowledge that, and we're trying our best to see how we can deal with this issue by letting kids know how to act and how to be able to work together as a community, because we are a community, and noting that Kent Ridge is one of the most diverse schools in the Kent School District, and even in the whole Washington, which it's very important to note that we have this diverse groups, and it's very important to be able to ensure that everybody's feeling very included, and not only that, but also feel represented without having assumptions about each other. And the last one I would read will be the last one from an anonymous 10th grader, and they would say, people look at me and see my last name and immediately think I speak Spanish. I get treated like I don't belong. I get called racial slurs, but I try not to let it get to me. And I feel, just as I stated before, that this would be because of gender, because of general identity assumptions. And I think this is something that we could look forward to seeing how we can work to that. And based on these responses, that we have found that noting that Kent Ridge is full of diversity, and we've noticed that most kids feel very welcomed at our school, and to those who do not feel comfortable at all could go because of the race and identity crisis. And we also found that many students feel that they are judged by the skin and may assume to be from one race, but their actual ethnicity is other. And this is not something that only goes within the community from students to students, but from teachers to students. As we have noted before from the stats that we got, that there are kids who feel like they're biased because of their race and their identity. And that's all that I want to say. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and talk about engagement in the classroom. These are some of the student responses that we got from our survey. From anonymous 10th grader, we got do something that gets the students involved and having fun, even if it's just in the first 5 minutes of class. We did get a lot of similar responses to this one right here. Starting off the class with engaging activities, something that gets them involved quick, something that grabs their attention. And then another one from an anonymous 10th grader says, I think doing activities that improve of learning about the classes that we're seeing. Like in chemistry, we do labs, and that helps a lot because we are learning more about what we see in the books and not just writing it. We found that a lot of the responses really liked hands-on activities, something that, like I said, got them engaging, not just in the first 5 minutes of class, but in the whole class. Not just starting off strong, but continuing it. Nobody wants to walk into a class and their teacher just immediately starts talking at them. Not just talking at them, but talking to them, engaging them in any sort of activities, whether that's a question of the day or starting off your class with a Kahoot. Those are the type of things that we got a lot of student responses from. Like I just said, students requested a lot more engaging activities. Many people wanted a variety of options, such as like setting changes, class activities, teacher enthusiasm, but making more classes engaging about the student education. So we have here at Kent Ridge, we have a lot of issues with our attendance records. We have a lot of kids that, whether they're skipping a class or they just don't want to show up or they don't show up at all, or they take the bus but they're not actually at school. That's one thing that gets brought up a lot at our school, is that we aren't having as much engagement as we would like. We want more kids to show up to class. We want our friends to show up to class, but not show up to class unwillingly. We want to willingly walk into class and feel welcome and feel like it's a space where we can learn and we can talk to our teachers and have a safe space. So essentially all we're asking is for classes to be more hands-on, and us as students can definitely help with that as well, with engaging with our teachers and our peers and talking more about what we need as students, and ensuring that our voices be heard and that they can make a change at our school.
We also, when we were looking at the responses for engagement specifically, we saw that a student responded with a comment about a specific teacher in a good light, and her name's Miss Wong, and they talked about like how wonderful she is and how she engages in the beginning of the class, and we felt it was important that we recognize Miss Wong and that she does engage with her students so much that even in this survey they felt the need to mention her. And so, again, we want to recognize that there are like wonderful teachers out there who do engage with their students and who are connecting to their students. It's just from that 70% we see that some students are not getting that same connection that everyone deserves.
Okay, so we got more responses, and it's, I think that classes might be more interesting if there was a day or two, 3 times a month, where we were given like in a class to catch up on work or homework, like any like break times, like from a 9th grader. And like, so it can help us, like, there's times that it's very stressful, like every class, like around this time, like every class gives us finals, presentations, and everything. And it would be like nice to have like one day or two to like get 30 minutes just to like relax or like get mental breaks or like even do homework that we need like more time on. And then another one was more free time to get work done from a 10th grader. And then 5 minutes break spread across the class time, anonymous 12th grader. So basically they're all just saying that they need like a good amount of like time to just like focus, like not only on work, but like to chill, like calm down and like get like some work done. And it's not only classes. And then changes in the future, we'd like to establish a time where students can catch up on work within their school day, especially during the month of May, finals time, where schoolwork gets piled on students and can feel overwhelmed. I agree with this because like around this week, it's been like very stressful, like working on every class like has given us like a presentation to do. So like it would be nice to have like a class time where it's just like, where like I'm like focusing like on my mental health, like having a good time going to school, but like not only stressing about work.
The final thing we'll say is like regarding students, and I think a reason that the 4% that they feel like that it's so high that a lot of people feel like they belong at the school is because even when work is piled on, students are able to work with each other and able to collaborate. And I think that that's why Kent Ridge has such a wide student community. And I think where Kent Ridge is suffering currently is between that student and teacher gap. And so I think that's the biggest thing that in the future we'd like to work on, is working on what the teachers would like from us and what we can give to the teachers and creating a better bond between that. So thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna flip it over to Kent Virtual. I am going to pull up the little, Nathan, where'd we hide the window?
And just want to welcome Director Song with us.
So a student from Kent Virtual, Marcus is gonna present the results from there, but I can't find the window. You found it? 1 second, Marcus. feel like we didn't hide it that well.
You're sneakier than you thought.
Okay, we see you guys now. 1 second. Okay, we're gonna reshare the screen in a second. Yay! So like I said too, we made this opportunity accessible to not just our 4 comprehensive high schools, but also our academies. Which is why when we met monthly, we met virtually, so that everybody could participate in the meetings. And since there's only me and Tiara, 2 of ourselves, we couldn't be in 5 places at once, so this is the best way that we could support. Okay, so we see you guys on the screen, and then Marcus, if you would just want to let me know to click as we go through, as we present, that would be great. Does that sound good?
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that again?
Okay, you just let me know when you want me to click the slides when you're ready to go to the next one. So I'll start it. There was the opener,
Okay,
and then yeah, let me know when you're ready if you want me to click.
Okay, ready.
Okay.
So this survey was given to 6th to 12th graders, and we got 102 responses, which, I mean, is about half of the students. The next slide. Most of the students who replied says that social media doesn't really have an impact on their school life. However, 25 said that it has a negative influence of like distractions and stuff for schoolwork, but 10 students said that it's a positive impact to access learning materials, friends, family, and school-related news, which is cool. The next one. 31 students to the question, what variables or types of things make you want to go to class? 31 students said that when the teachers make class fun, or when the teachers are like helpful and ready to answer questions whenever, which also, having good teachers, stable and safe environment, and when teachers are kind and positive, good teacher and fun activities. And then other major reasons, wanting to go to learn, make their family proud, to graduate, and future plans, and also friends. Ready? A lot of students said that they would like to have more flexibility, more breaks between classes, and so for 2024 school year, their classes will be 15 minutes after the hour, which right now, they're on the hour, and it gives teachers and students a big break between classes, because sometimes teachers go a little bit long, and it cuts into the next class's time. Next one. And so we have a couple takeaways from this. Students would like opportunities to self-report when struggling socially / emotionally and academically. Several students suggested a support survey they can fill out when needing help, which sounds really nice. It gives more focus for those kinds of emotional and social health. And then also students pointed out that there should be more counselors and mental health support. Because right now I think we just have one, Ms. Solizano.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sorry. I think that's it. Yeah?
Yep, that's it.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marcus. And thank you, Bianca and Sean, for your support and help with this. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to move you down here, the little screen down there. There we go. Okay, go for it. Is it on?
Usually if you keep talking,
Keep talking, there you go.
turn on.
No, it'll work. We gotta use it. Yeah.
Then for the recording, our KVA students can hear you too.
Okay. This is our survey analysis. We are Kent Laboratory Academy.
So my name is Precious. I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Jamil. I am a sophomore.
My name is Dominique, and I'm a senior.
My name is Trinity, and I'm also a sophomore.
Back to this slide. We are Kent Laboratory Academy. We are a conjoined school that was Kent Mountain View Academy and Kent Phoenix. Together, we are Kent Laboratory Academy. As an academy, we are grades 3 to 12, and we have around 350 students. The plan for our thing is that we're going to go through our process of how we got our data, and then we're going to go through our data, which will consist of just high school. We collected our data not knowing what to do, but after a collective thought, we decided of a presentation slide / poster holding the information to take the survey. To make sure we got majority of our students to take the survey, we entered their homeroom class throughout the week and presented our slide / poster to them with a QR code and a link that they could use to take the survey to ensure we get the most results. This is our high school data. We started off by asking them to share their biases or incorrect assumptions teachers have made about them or other students. We have a rather visual type of presentation, so if you could look at the slide, I will explain what's going on. So we will start at our main point of the topic of biases we found. We found request denials, so people not being able to do certain things because of teachers' biases. An example of this, a submission we got, a little story, is that a person requested to get a refill of water, but was denied that after multiple attempts, but the teacher let other students, several other students, go for bathroom and water. Next one is editing grades. This kind of correlates to treatment, but teachers with a bit of bias towards students tend to have their grades edited a tiny bit better or lenient towards better grades rather than worse. There's also treatment, mistreatment of students. We notice there's a bit of back and forth between teachers and students sometimes. And through submissions, we found out that sometimes it's not always the student that started it. And then we have gender biases, I would say a bit common. Next is our main point of assumptions. Among our submissions, we found a lot of racism involved things, but among our submissions, we only got the Asian stereotypes. So we got a lot of stereotypes of like, hey, you're Asian, you have to be good at math, you have to be good at this subject. We found a lot of those, and some of this race in our school don't really do well. So when they're seen to this expectation, the assumption gets really annoying. And this can also lead to, if a person of this race were to do bad in that class, they'll think it's intentional. You're doing bad on purpose. I know you could do better, you're just not doing it. So that's one of our big problems in the school. And another subdivision, which is grades. This ties into the racism, but talking about our grades, if you have good grades, some people are just not getting help. Their questions get denied, they're ignored, and they have an unequal education treatment. But they really do need the help, even if they have good grades. Who knows?
We also asked how social media impacts our school. So we got a lot of ones that talk about like distractions, and so like how your phones are addicting, how you just want to like pull it out and check that notification that like rung once or twice, and that would lead to like arguments with like teachers and students, and that would like distract the whole class. So then the other students in the class who are actually trying to learn or pay attention are being affected by their learning because other students want to put their phones away because they're like getting addicted to it because teachers were like less strict on it because of COVID, so they were just being more lenient, and so people are trying to go back from that, but it's like progressively getting worse. Also the activities on social media like Instagram, Snapchat, again, if you get that notification, you're just wanting to check it, whether it's like your family or your friends, and that led to performance issues, again, going back to like teachers not being as strict on it, and then now just wanting to all of a sudden just, you have to put your phone away, and arguments just get started between students and teachers and then other students, and it's just like stopping the whole entire class for like the whole period, which means your schoolwork doesn't get done, and then the teachers expect you to do it out of class. But there are kids who like go to school or like outside of school, like work or take care of their kids or like their siblings or things like that. But also social media was also a good impact with us. You like make new friends, or like a new school year, you get their Instagram and you talk and you communicate through there, and like you get a lot of social skills from social media as well. But there's also drama within social media, which leads into school or like to other schools and just like spreads. Yeah. Oh, it's also good for like school kids because like Teams, some people count that as like social media. So like if you're on Teams and you're communicating through a different class with a different teacher or like other students, that's how you need to put that away. But you're like working on schoolwork in class, so it's like.
Okay, so we have the question, what do teachers and or staff do that make you feel safe and welcome? So we have the hospitality, which goes into emotional updates. With teachers, they tend to, at least at our school, they tend to ask you, oh, how are you doing today? Is everything okay with you today? Which can lead students to having a better day. Because I know when someone asks me, oh, how are you doing today? I know it makes me actually reflect on myself and makes me want to actually like participate and actually talk to the teacher because they're actually willing to come up to me and ask me, oh, how are you doing today? And that also goes into easy to talk to, because when you're able to talk to your teachers and also your peers, it creates like a relationship with you guys. So you're being more open and willing to actually communicate with your teacher. That also goes into like actively listening. I know when a teacher, she or he asks me a question, whether it's about myself or just the class in general, when you already have a connection, it just makes you want to actively listen to what they have to say. It's more so of a respect thing. And with hospitality, that goes into comforting students and being kind and having a warm smile. So that goes back again to asking whether or not, how are you doing today? Is everything okay? And having that warm smile while you're asking those questions can help you improve on your relationship and just having a better day or just a better class in general. So then we go into being supportive. That goes into like being with tutoring and conversations or just classwork in general. So when you're being supportive in the classroom, that can look like going above and beyond, like when a student asks a question, instead of just brushing it off and stuff like that, you actually take the time to elaborate on the question and not make the student feel like they're stupid for asking it. And that leads to other conversations, whether or not it's schoolwork or just assignments. It could lead to having a better relationship within the student and the teacher.
Okay, so for ours the next one is, why should all schools have vending machines? Most likely ours too. So this one, well, oops, my My bad. Okay, so this one. So one of the questions on the top is deserving a snack, especially because it's paid. It also helps you learn more about your money and how to save them and spend it if it's necessary and unnecessary. Next is learning experience with money. It's what I said also. And people love food throughout the day, and throughout the day, lunch isn't really like, you don't really want it or it doesn't fill you up until you want like a snack and you don't have it with you. But if you have a vending machine, you just get it there and it helps you like learn better, since when you're hungry, you don't learn better. When you're not hungry, when you're hungry and you have a snack, it makes you learn better than when you don't have food, and it's different rates of metabolism also. The next one is also school support. We can use the money to for like raises or like other activities out of school. We can use the money for, and healthy benefits also, and small activities. Advertisement. Our school would want more activities also with the money, so we kind of have the money to help us with that. And focusing problems, like I said, it doesn't really help if you don't have nothing in your body, but if you do, you learn better and focus better instead of not having it. And attendance, most likely a lot of people probably want to go to school because of that. And if you don't, you're like, I don't really want to go to school. I don't want to eat nothing, but when you do, like, I want to go to school, I want to get snacks, and there's also different types of snacks and drinks there also. And yeah. Am I done?
Careful, don't die. Keep you alive.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us today here. And my name is Mahtab Rezai. I am a senior at Ken Meridian High School. And today we are presenting our students' response to the survey. Before we move further, I would like to have my teammates to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Kyle, and I'm also a senior at KM.
I'm Kamaria, and I'm also a senior.
I'm Ricardo. I am a freshman.
And I'm Sierra. I'm also a senior at KM.
Thank you. Before we move any further, I would like to have a moment of silence for one of our royal members who we unfortunately left this earth too soon. Thank you.
Okay, so before we get into the results of our survey, we want to talk a little bit about the data of our demographics. So if you look at our pie chart right here, you can see a majority of our students are underclassmen. So the results of our survey have a little bit more longevity, as these students will be here for 2 or 3 more years, and they want to see change in the time that they still have at Ken Meridian.
Thank you. So I would like to start off our presentation with the video from our students.
What? No, YouTube? This literally just worked. Okay, 1 second. Okay, we are going to try it this way. Okay, y'all. This is our workaround. Now, if this tells me no right now, Nathan. Okay. Let's give this a whirl. I need all the good vibes.
And we're here today to promote
our equity and inclusion survey by
asking our peers some questions about the survey. So let's go.
Question of the day is, if our school got a big amount of money, how would you spend it?
Well, first I'll spend it on making sure there's like more green space, like we add plants, the general size of a school building.
I would definitely spend it on helping to get our boilers fixed in our high school.
The building's kind of old. The heat sometimes don't work. Water fountains are warm.
Water fountains, because the water in there would be hella warm. Fix the buildings, because it looks kind of trash right now.
Low-key, I'll fix the gym too. The gym's kind of old.
Improve the lunches.
Better lunches.
I was gonna say better lunches. I don't know, like better stuff for classroom.
I would redo all the bathrooms and add at least 2 bathrooms for each gender.
The bathrooms stink.
Let's improve the bathrooms.
They're nasty, they're dirty, they need a huge renovation.
Probably sports to upgrade them, get new equipment.
Sports, soccer.
Sports and theater.
Boys soccer for the new uniforms and new balls.
On the sports, especially track, because we need it. We don't got no sweats. We don't got nothing.
Probably more security, just the way everybody walks out.
Remember, Royals, take the survey
And win a prize.
Okay. I encourage you guys to go watch the Royals Weekend Reviews on YouTube. They're great. If you ever want to know what's happening over on that side of town. Okay. Oh, no, okay. We know you don't like cake, go for it.
All right. So today I'm going to present the responses from our students on question 23. So the question asks, if the school got a large sum of money, what would you spend it on? So the majority of our students have mentioned the following points in the video, and also I will mention it again. Number one is remodeling the school buildings. For instance, our bathroom needs to have a smoke detector and better and cleaner environment to be more accessible for other students. And also we need an AC, an air conditioner. It is very, very hot in our school buildings in summer, especially as we're facing the climate change. And also, as it mentioned on the video, we need more green places, more trees around our campus to make it more appealing for our students to have kind of like a relaxing time and meditation during their lunch breaks. And number two is mental health. Mental health is an important subject if not given the attention that it deserves, it will have a life consequences or life-changing consequences. So our students have requested to have a mental health distress center where they can have access to mental health resources such as therapists and staff on hand just to help them in difficult and challenging time. And also better food. Our students requested to have a portion of diverse and healthy food for all the group of students in our school, because luckily KM is very diverse. And again, as I mentioned on the video, we also need more funding for our sports, on uniforms and more stuff for our sports. And also we need more funding for our field trips and career explorations. For instance, job shadowing and field trips in general, exploring different jobs and opportunities for our students to have a better idea of what to do like after graduation and the next stage of their lives.
All right, our next one is questions 19 and 20, what makes you want to go to class and what makes you not want to go to class. Students said a boring class or a subject, rude or strict teachers, and lots of classwork. Lots of classwork can be stressful and cause procrastination, and some students generally just don't have the time to get to it, especially with jobs, getting off late, and having to help with siblings. And some of the things that did make students want to go to class is a sense of belonging in the classroom, engaging in supportive teachers, and seeing their friends.
The next question that comes up is, tell us about a time where you felt an adult in power misused their authority. When and how did this impact you? A lot of students refer this to our admins. Admins have been using inappropriate language to talk to students while addressing a problem. Not only that, they felt unheard, and if their staff members are abusing their power by not paying attention to their concerns and paying attention to other issues that don't relate to anything. Not only that, when grades are slipping, teachers don't want to help, and their job is to help students and support them as much as they can.
Okay, so for our question 22, we asked students to tell us about a time at school or in a classroom when they were excluded or felt unheard. We also asked students when did that happen and how did that impact them. A lot of students said they felt unheard when talking to admin or staff on campus. Students also said their choices of school preferences were not taken into consideration. I know last year during the Kent School District boundary changes, many students voiced their concerns for the following school year through the survey that was sent. And many students voiced their wants and needs, but in the end, many students felt like their choice or their choices weren't taken into consideration. And so just kind of like listening to students and hearing what kind of changes they want and changes that are gonna affect them. And then students not being acknowledged in class, which kind of goes hand in hand with the first response. And then students feeling bad for answering a question and others not wanting to hear it. So like making sure students are feeling supported and uplifted in classrooms, whether that be through their peers or like teachers, admin, faculty, and all that. And then students feeling left out in group projects and sometimes being expected to do all the work, which also goes hand in hand with students being left out just because of classwork. And then finally, students or people talking over each other.
Awesome. So that kind of wraps up from hearing from our 6 schools. And like I said, there's additional data we'll be sharing about from the middle schools. I'm working with some of the middle school principals to kind of give that to them and use it as they're kind of closing out the year, but also prepping for next year. But I just also want to name too that there's about double the amount of students that are even in this room that were a part of this project over the past 2 months. But as mentioned, I think Kentridge did so eloquently around that May is a really hard month for a lot of students. It's finals, it's testing. For seniors, it's trying to get the last little bit in that needs to happen, their high school and beyond plans, so they can get across the stage. So that's one of the things we'll look at next year is looking at the timing and actually wanting to have more cycles of doing some data collection, making meaning of the learning, and coming and sharing it with you and sharing it with the broader community more throughout the school year. But again, I just want to acknowledge that there is probably at least double the amount of the students that are in this room that have been a part of this project from the beginning, that would come to our meetings every month, that were reflective of their entire school community. So, and with that, it's time for questions if you have any. But again, I just want to say you guys killed it, and you're awesome, and thank you so much. Another round.
I will reiterate that you guys killed it, and I will not use any of the language like slay, because my daughter says if I try to use the words, I sound really dumb. So it was very informative. But I have 2 questions for you, and I'm sorry, I'm going to take the mic first this time. I don't usually do that. One, I have very much an opinion of don't ask unless you're going to listen to the answer. And so we very much have come to you and asked questions, and in turn, you came to your student bodies and asked questions. So one, and this is open to anybody who feels like they have something to answer to this one. So now that you've been asked and have asked, what do you feel like is your next step or that you've already done? And do you feel like it was worthwhile? Do you feel heard? Do you feel like what needs to happen to make this be an experience that was worth your time? Because it took a lot of time, we know. Can we hand your microphone?
Yep.
Thanks, Victor.
No, it's on.
It just keep talking and it turns on.
We've already stated what our problems are and what we want to be done and what we needed to be done. If there are ways that we could see those changes, and yet even if we don't see those changes, if there are ways that could be communicated in the progress of these changes. And I feel like it's important that we've done this so many times, and the mistake that we keep on doing is no matter how many times we speak, and the reason why students don't feel heard or listened to is because we don't get the response back. I will give my ideas to teachers, and yet I will feel like they have a biased view, or they have, and maybe that's not the case in this point, but maybe it's because they're not giving good feedback, or they're not giving us feedback or progress. And I feel like sometimes as a district and the upper heads and the people who are in charge of us and who the community itself, and if there are ways we could have y'all tell us this is what we are doing right now, and this is what is a priority right now. This is how can we be able to tackle these problems one and one and one. And I know there are things that are more important than the others, and yet knowing that if we are told this is what we are doing right now, if we knew this is what is happening, if there's a way that could be communicated to us, we may have ideas that may be able to help with whatever y'all doing in progress, and maybe we can be able to support your idea and work in implementing our own ideas to make this a better and a more heard community. Because I believe sometimes we talk of this stuff, students have felt like it's biased, teachers are racist, and maybe that not be the case because everyone has certain assumptions about each other, right? And this is what is going around the district, and this is the things that we need to deal with. And maybe if we just heard and listened, what if we just had this progress? What if somebody could send us an email and tell us, this is what is going on, Victor, this is what is up and coming, this is what we need to do, and if there's a way, and we could have, and we would ask, and this is where students come in and ask, how can we help? Because if we could get opportunity to help, I believe that this community would be a great and a moving community. How can we help? And that is how we want to be involved. We just don't want to be listened to, because we can say stuff and we can stay here all day and nothing happens.
Yeah.
So how can we help? That's my question. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I state that back just to make sure that I'm hearing you in the way that you want to say? It sounds like, and I think this is really true actually, that this rang really true to me, is that we set up opportunities to hear student voice, but we're not giving those comments back, right? And so when we come up with a plan, working with our students of how to actually implement that, and then as that happens, make sure that we have the steps and the time and the sequence for us to make sure that there's a communication and dialogue back and forth about how things are going. Are we actually seeing change? It's not always gonna be great, by the way. We're gonna fail. We're gonna try. If you don't fail, you're not trying hard enough. So, right, we have to fail along the way to learn. But talk about the progress and what we're doing along the way, and make sure that that dialogue is really being heard back and forth both ways. Am I kind of getting it? Okay. I think that's an awesome point. Thank you.
I would love to add on to Victor really quickly. Yeah. I think like what would you talked about like what would make it feel like successful to us. I think I'm in 11th grade right now, and I feel that being brought back next year, and I think reinstating and being like, this is what we went over, and I felt that from my freshman year to my sophomore year, it felt a little disconnected, and that it was like back to square one at some points because we were trying to refigure it out, you know? And so it was, and then from sophomore year to now junior year, it felt better to see what was growing and what was coming from it. So I think next year, being like all of us being brought back, and I can't say for the seniors in the room, but to be brought back and say, okay, this is what we worked on next year, here's the next step, and just that continuous flow of, okay, here's the next plan, you know, seeing that plan today, like on the screen that Ms. Hamilton had, that was really helpful to see that like there is a plan going in place, and I think that's really important.
I can just say one thing, Lily, and everybody else here, we want you back. Yeah, and seniors, I mean, you're always welcome back. We love hiring our graduates. So, yes, please do come back. That continuity is super important. Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to finish on with adding on to that. So there's something that we had an idea of just a couple of days ago, and I think it was something we have like to do a box, like where students can come and put their, their suggestions and what's going on around the school, because we have the student leadership, and I feel like we are here to represent our students, but we cannot all represent every student because every student has an idea. And some students tend to say that I don't feel heard because I'm not in leadership. I don't feel heard because I'm not in ASB. Teacher's not gonna take me seriously because I'm not in ASB. Teacher's not gonna take me seriously because I'm not in leadership. So what if we had a way that every student can be listened to? Or what if we held a whole entire meeting as a community and say, today as a community, this school day, instead of, you see, we have a lot of snow days. Let's say we just decide to just take one day, decide as a whole community with all these activities. How can we have students just talk of whatever is going on in the school? How can we give those kids who don't have a voice without using somebody else's voice to be heard? How can we do that? And I feel that would be important because every student is important, and I think they need to feel like that. And because people have great ideas, it's not because I have great ideas, that's why I'm here. It's because somebody else has a good idea, and I'm just here to represent them. Yeah.
So this is just like a general question, because I do know this is an issue currently at my school. I don't know how you guys do it. If you guys, if you guys have the answer to my question, please tell me, because it is mandatory. So at my school, we sometimes face a lack of motivation. For example, ASB right now, I am currently a junior, which means I will be senior next year, and I'm actually really worried about the few years behind me because for one thing, a lot of people at my school don't know about the student design team as well as teachers. And it is hard to get some kids motivated and tell them about this great, community. I'm trying to figure out like how can I recruit more students to be more involved and more interested into talking with leaders and peer students. Like how can I get my school excited about these things? If anyone has like an answer or just, we can develop like a system, something, just let me know. But yeah, that is a very concerning thing for me.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we're gonna it'll definitely be promoted more next year. Like it'll be open. We'll have broader engagement. I think the challenge is again, with leadership or ASB, that's so embedded in your school. It's embedded as a class. There's a teacher assigned to it, which is really what we've done is kind of not normal in a school setting. You guys come out of class for a little bit of time. You meet with me or in the design teams when people would meet and we'd be on site at your school. So it's a little unconventional. And I think that now that we're in like the third year of it and seeing that it's meaningful, it's impactful, it's important for y'all, I think that really makes the case to have it more systematized is kind of the word that we used a lot. But thinking about those early years as kind of the pilot years, like we're trying this thing out to see what it really means. And a lot of times, like me and Tiara, we were learning from y'all. So we were observing and watching how you organize. We in our mind might have an idea of how we should gather students and what you guys should be doing, but a lot of that was kind of stepping back and seeing how you naturally organize the space and then to figure out how we can come in and support to again uplift and empower. Because if it's not a space that feels owned or important or safe for you guys to be a part of and brave enough to try things and to ask questions, then it just becomes a space that nobody wants to go into. So I appreciate your thinking because it's right on time. It's right on time for where we're at in the next iteration of this. And that again, next year we'll be doing this a lot more monthly, routinely, and making it more wider available to other students in your school. So, yeah.
Another issue that I just realized is the fact that sometimes it takes our meetings. Not that it's a trouble. It's just like sometimes these meetings, they take away class time. And I know, especially for me, because I am an IEP kid, yep. Which means I just need more time on assignments. So is there a way that we can find a way how to say, hey, we're going to have a meeting on this day, this time, without taking away class time? Because I feel like class time and having this conversation is equally important.
And I think that's one of the challenges that we have to look at. So there's only a limited time amount that I have you guys at school. A lot of times when we do stuff after school, it's inaccessible for young people. They have jobs, they have sports, they have family responsibilities or transportation. I mean, even today, Tiara and I we came and picked some of you guys up. So there's all these other logistical things that I'm not to say that those aren't problems that aren't solvable. To make sure that this opportunity for you to engage in this project and this experience doesn't negatively or adversely impact your educational experience, especially given varying needs or what you need to be successful in those spaces. But again, it's one of those things that we're gonna have to think about, like where does that time look like in the school day? Even on, is it more on Wednesdays? Is it kind of taking advantage of that time after school in between, you know, you having when sports or other activities may start, but then also the early release. But then again, it's navigating space, who's available to be able to support on site during those specific times. So these are some big challenges that they're solvable challenges. There's a lot of challenges that I think have to get worked through. You know, us adults have to look at the systems, the setup, the policies, all the things that we have to do to make sure that we're still giving you guys the ample time to learn, but also can still build an accessible option in the way. But I absolutely hear you and agree that finding ways that it doesn't take away from your school time, but is still accessible is a priority.
If I could add to that, as superintendent, this is for all of our students. By the way, thank you so much. Part of that answer is right up here.
Yeah.
You have a board superintendent's governance team that includes us working together, and this is a part of it in listening to you as we continue to set goals for ourselves. Know that student voice is a goal of mine as a superintendent, and our board members are actually championing that. So this is a part of that to add to Ms. Hamilton, so thank you.
Questions from the rest of the board?
I don't have a question, but I just want to make a statement and say thank you. This is why we do what we do. And I really want to hear more of this because the solutions are within you. Adults, we don't know. You guys know. Thank you.
Can I make a quick question to the board?
Of course.
How would you guys support our camp staff in making sure they're not being disrespectful to students and making sure they're more safe and not having to feel like staff is pushing them away from our school learning?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that question for me just one more time? I apologize.
How would you guys, as the board, make sure students are not being disrespected by any staff member and feeling like they're welcomed by our staff?
Very good question.
Thanks. Sorry, we had a little back feed there with the cell phone. Absolutely. I mean, let's start with just anybody in our district should feel really safe and welcome here. This is whether you're a student, and I'm going to agree with you. I see it. I see things said to our students, and it frustrates me every day that you would never say to an adult, and it's not okay. And so, one, I personally think that it's the empowerment of students and being able to advocate for themselves, I think, is one end of it. But really, on the end, it's the adults. It's an adult issue, and those are things that we need to, as adults, talk about. One, I think that things like this, of hearing student voice and how important that is and how that makes a difference in what we do every day, seeing the impact of that and the active ownership, I think that there's just a different level of interaction that I think will naturally help make that better. I also believe that adults are not perfect, and we screw up multiple times a day, sometimes even, and that's all of us. And so that's why we have different levels within our organization that help coach people. And so making sure that, I think one of the things I saw in here is having a place for people to have a safe outlet for saying that information. And so then we can be able to give those resources and opportunities to people who might be struggling with the right words and the right ways to be able to interact with people, because sometimes you don't know what you don't know until someone tells you. And let's give people the benefit of the doubt that they also want to be better. And so making sure that there's that safe place to be able to give that information, and then make sure that that information can get back to that adult, and so that it can be a cycle up, right? Because one person's just a little bit nicer, and then you're a little bit nicer, right? You've seen that in a classroom, right? That one person can bring down the whole class, but also one person can really bring it up too, and I think it's the same thing within the classroom or within the school. So that would be my
I
opinion.
think one thing I'll just add, I think one way that I think we can work in partnership too as adults is, the education system is inherently, it's oppressive. There's power dynamics built in at every level, where it's the power dynamic between admin and teachers, power dynamic between teachers and students. There are multiple levels of power and positionality and privilege that exist. So it's not so much about having, and to President Margel's point, nobody's perfect. We make mistakes. So it's not about having things in place to respond if something happens. It's having things in place for when something happens. Stuff's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's the way the system is set up. It's the way classes is kind of designed. It's the way the whole public education system in America is really designed, is kind of to reinforce those power structures. And I think what kind of you're getting at and what I saw throughout the responses was this need for clear, I think, processes or procedures or ways to respond to when harm happens. Not if harm happens, but when it does, because it's inevitable. And I think that when we have those accountability structures in place, it's easier to hold each other in love and accountability. It's easier to want to find the restorative and the restoration in that community to move on and grow from that. But I hear you, and I think that is work that we can do between management up here, admin at your building, and the board in partnership, is to make sure that we have really strong policies and procedures and processes in place. So when harm happens, how do we correct that? How do we heal? How do we grow to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Thank you, Ms. Hamlin. I wanted to add to that. First of all, I want to say, Ricardo, thank you for your courage to ask the question. This is a part of what we do. What I would say to that is we all have a responsibility to model a culture of belonging. And I want to go back to Victor's point of saying, hey, can you include us in that solution, right? It's not only the adults coming up with a solution. How do we include students in that question, Ricardo? And I think each of us can do a little bit, as President Margel mentioned, do a little bit to building a culture of belonging, not just for students, but for every single person in our community. Those that are not in leadership as well. It's all of us. So thank you for the courage.
And I just want to mention one thing that Superintendent Vela and I have talked about once before is there's that saying that hurt people hurt people. There's also another part of that that's healed people heal people. So this idea that sometimes when people are treating us wrong, it's a reflection of either how they're treating themselves or maybe how they've been treated. And so sometimes when something like that happens, I try and think about how are the ways in which I'm working on doing my own healing and centering my own liberation. And can that be a beacon of light? Can that be a guide to somebody who may be trying to harm me? And it's not my responsibility to fix anybody. It's not my responsibility to save anybody. But just giving that grace and understanding that hurt people, and being able to look at somebody not with the intention of, oh, they're from malice or they're intentionally trying to be mean, but maybe this person is hurting. And I got to tell you, as an adult, a lot of adults are hurting. A lot of adults don't have it figured out. And a lot of adults never had space to talk about things, to access support. And so I would argue that there's a lot of adults that maybe are hurting, and unfortunately in those moments end up passing on that hurt. But I offer to y'all that you have an opportunity to break some of those cycles and to heal some of that stuff and be a beacon of light in your classes and in your spaces.
Thank you very much. It is 6:02, and as much as I would love to be able to extend this, it is May, and I know there's homework for everybody. And I also know that I have OPMA telling me that I'm already tardy. And so it is 6:02, and so I'm adjourning this session today, but with a huge thanks to all of our students and all of the time that I'm sure I can't even comprehend that went into all of this work. So thank you very much, and just know that our emails, I know that you can't email outside but you can get to the board. And so I just want to say that when we are here, I know that hopefully that you have an adult that is there for you to talk to, but if there's something that you feel, also know that our emails are there for to be open to talk to also. So I adjourned this work session at 6:02. It is adjourned for an executive session for approximately 10 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to discuss the performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the legal or financial risks of a course of action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bianca. Shout out and
Hello, it is 6:12. My apologies for running here and being 2 minutes late. But we are now adjourning our executive session, and we will see you at 6:30 for our regular board meeting. Thank you.
7:04, then it goes back to a wall.
Good evening, everybody. It just flipped over to 6:31, and I'm going to call this regular meeting of the board to order. To begin, we will start with roll call of all of the directors present. I will state your name, and when your name is called, please say present. Director Song?
Present.
Director Cook?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Farah?
Present.
And myself. And I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'll rise with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see so many faces in our audience tonight. We welcome all of those who are able to attend in person, and then all of those who are able to attend online. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board's meeting and thank those who have come to this meeting and are also viewing via our live stream. The purpose of a board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there's a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment about regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the opening, during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be first to speak on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400 Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in overflow room, there's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide them directly to our they're outside right now, but directly to our safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. Item 1.06, Director Clark, will you read our land acknowledgement, please?
We acknowledge that we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you very much, Director Clark. We're now on to item number 1.07, Agenda Review. Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, there is one change to the agenda. We'll be adding a supplemental personnel report to the consent agenda as item 8.22.
Move approval of the agenda with that amendment.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. We are open for discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Section 2.01, Superintendent Vela, can you talk about our Employees of the Year?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Markell. I'd like to invite Mr. Damon Hunter, our Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, to begin our recognition portion of our agenda. We will play the a video first, and then we'll have, we won't.
No video
We'll
first. But thank you.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. This is always an exciting time of the year when we can publicly acknowledge and recognize staff who reflect all the amazing work happening in Team KSD. With that said, and before I show that short video clip that captures the excitement generated from the Employee of the Year announcements at the various sites and locations, I would like to introduce our HR professionals who will be assisting in the presentation this evening. First, Irene Aguilar, Employment Support, Bree Adams, Employment Support, and Jamie Frazier, HR Operations. So with that, the video clip, if we can show that. And if we can, one housekeeping item, if we can have all the recipients remain until the end so that we can have pictures taken with the school board, that would be great. Again, thank you for all that you have done.
Now, while the PowerPoint comes up, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the process looks like. So for the 2023-24 Kent School District Employees of the Year, were nominated by their colleagues and represent every employee group in Kent School District. The nominations focus on how each employee works to support the 4 Kent School District strategic goals. Also, the nominations were scored by representatives from labor partners and colleagues. So once we knew who the employees of the year were, the team from the Kent School District went out to each of the different schools, communities, departments to surprise each of the nominees who were employees of the year. So just a few items before we go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Bree and Ms. Jamie. If you are an employee of the year, you're gonna come up. I will hand you your plaque. You'll come over to shake Mr. Damon Hunter's hand, stand for a picture, and then move over to the left-hand side or come up to the left-hand side. Once we have everyone gathered up here, then we'll take a picture at the end with the board. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Bree and Jamie, who will be reading the names of the recipients.
Thank you. Good evening. Excited to announce our first Employee of the Year, Mr. James Keel for the Ask Me Group. Not able to be with us this evening, but a little bit about him. James joined Team KSD in 1999. In his current role, he supports the telecenters and phone systems needed for school and He is a team player and always shows up when needed, and is currently working on a large cabling project that will allow students to have the network infrastructure they need to get by and the ability to expand when technology needs to grow. He was a clear choice for Employee of the Year for the AFSCME group.
All right, next up we have Mark Milano, Employee of the Year for our AFT group. Come on up while we say some kind words, Mark. Mark has been a KSD team member since 2002. He served in the role of head custodian at Martin Sartoon since 2013. Mark consistently develops relationships with students. He asks them about their weekend, helps them get lunch, and teaches them how they can continue to do their part in keeping the school clean. Mark is one of the most dedicated and committed custodians within the district. He helps mentor, delegates respectfully and responsibly, volunteers for fire watch, seeks out moments to connect with teachers, supports students, and has a whatever is needed attitude and is providing support wherever he can. Mark's dedication to his work and team is worthy of recognition as the AFT Employee of the Year. Congratulations.
Right, up next, we have Miss Kathy Morrison. Kathy is a KSD graduate. She has served in various roles in the district, including as a teacher, substitute, paraeducator, and a coach. In her current role as Career Center Specialist, Kathy's work is to help students see how they can envision themselves as part of the global community with their post-secondary endeavors. Kathy works with local businesses and schools to create various partnerships that support Kent Lake students. She connects students with schools they have never even heard of and shows them career paths they've never imagined. She brings in guest speakers from different professions, apprenticeships, and internships to help KL students envision themselves in a variety of different careers. She ensures that all staff know how to connect students with financial aid, complete college applications, and find apprenticeship opportunities. Tonight, we honor Kathy for being selected as the non-represented Admin Support Staff Employee of the Year.
All right, next up, Jennifer Antrobus. Jennifer joined Team KSD in 2007 as a kindergarten teacher at Ridgewood Elementary. She also taught at Seuss Creek before becoming an ELL instructional specialist. Let me just pause and say this is our non-represented administrator employee of the year. As Assistant Director of Assessment, Jenny is dedicated to her work supporting students through assessment. She applies her skills and passion for our MLE population to help them succeed through unique opportunities such as World Language Credit Proficiency Test, World Language Credit Proficiency Tests, where students can earn credits for their multilingual abilities. This work relies heavily on honoring the culture and language students bring to the school. Jenny is truly a team player and a student-first leader. She goes to schools to meet and work with students and families directly. She is supportive and responsive to students' needs and always steps up to make sure students come first, finding opportunities to make systems work better and more efficiently so that students are not negatively impacted by the necessity of assessment. She is wonderful to work with and makes test administration smooth and efficient for buildings. Jenny works tirelessly to provide staff with what they need, inform them of best practices, and find solutions to help that work directly support students excel. Jennifer adds value to the assessment team and is with good reason that she is the Central Office Non-Rep Administrator Employee of the Year. Congratulations.
Right, and for our Coach of the Year, Mr. Stuart Kunzelman. Stuart is a KM graduate who joined Team KSD in 2021. He is the assistant track coach and head cross-country coach at Kentwood High School. He's an experienced coach who is always challenging himself to do things better and invite new students to try the programs he supports. He uses his position as a coach to help athletes develop skills in sportsmanship, winning and losing with grace and humility, and how to be good citizens. Stuart holds a degree in psychology, and he utilizes this background to educate his athletes on being more well-rounded. In addition to his role as coach, Stuart is also a special education para at Kentwood. He looks for ways to help students be more involved in sports. He worked in a cooperation with other SPED staff members to develop unified sports at for Kentwood Special Education students. Stewart is a lifelong student who is always looking to better his knowledge and learn new skills to share with those he coaches. He is an excellent role model for students, and for these reasons, fitting he is the 23-24 Coach of the Year.
All right, Katie Jones, our Kent Association of Education Office Professionals Employee of the Year. We are pleased to recognize Katie as the KOP Employee of the Year. Katie joined Team KSD in 2020 as the data processor at Cedar Valley Elementary School. Katie is all about inclusion. When a new student comes, she makes sure to learn how to say hello in their native language. She knows the basic greetings of over 10 different languages, probably more about 20 it sounds like, that she uses to greet students at Cedar Valley. She has often been heard mediating, oh, sorry, I skipped a whole section, hang on. During recess, Katie teaches global respect, sportsmanship, and responsibility. She's often been heard mediating conflict between students by teaching tolerance, acceptance, and mutual respect. Katie created a drama program that creates supportive, inclusive environment that promotes teamwork, creativity, and building each other up. The drama program gets the whole school community involved with parent volunteers helping to create the sets and programs. Katie sees the potential in every student, and students can feel her belief in them. Congratulations, Katie, for being selected as KOP Employee of the Year.
All right. Paraeducator of the Year is Mr. Adam Feitz. Adam was also not able to join us this evening. But a little bit about him. He has been a KSD team member since 2001. He is the library paraeducator at Daniel Elementary. This year, he also added additional hours to serve as a crosswalk supervisor and provide basic office support. He goes above and beyond his work to care for our students. He uses his voice to speak up for students in equitable practices. He exemplifies community, equity, and excellence in his daily interactions with students and staff. He has worked extensively to build a library environment that represents all students by ordering books in different languages and obtaining materials that are easily accessible to students and staff. Adam shows exemplary skills in helping students cope and manage their feelings. He spends one-on-one time with students that need extra support and volunteers to help others in so many capacities, and his communication is always clear and concise to ensure that his peers are on the same page when supporting students. These are just a few reasons why Adam is being recognized as the Paraeducator Employee of the Year.
All right, next up, Ebru Karamoglu. Kent Education Association, KEA, Employee of the Year. Ebru has been a science teacher at Kent Lake High School since 2018. She practices phenomena-based teaching, which explores different phenomena to help students make sense of the natural world. Ebru has taught in Kyrgyzstan and Africa. Her first language is Turkish. She's fluent in English and speaks conversational French and Kyrgyz, I believe. Her international experiences help promote the district's strategic goal of preparing students to be global citizens. To better support MLE students, Ebru joined the MLE cohort and obtained her MLE teaching certificate. Ebru believes that teachers have the power to make the world a better place to live. She is a positive role model for students. Ebru creates a welcoming classroom by greeting her students at the door and engaging in conversations. One of her goals this year is to find better ways to involve students' parents in their education and keep them informed. Her work as an outstanding instructor, advocate for students, and mentor to colleagues exemplifies her commitment to education and makes her a deserving of this Teacher of the Year nomination.
All right. Also not here today, but I got to present this in real life, so it felt good. Mr. Stephen Bradenberg is our non-classroom KEA Teacher of the Year, and we'll still, in case he's watching at home. Stephen joined Team KSD in 2021 as a fourth grade teacher and moved into the role of academic interventionist at Martin Sertoun beginning in 23-24. Stephen's unwavering dedication to the success of Martin Sertoun's students, families, and staff is evident in his readiness to offer assistance whenever and wherever is needed. His positive influence permeates the school community, serving as a beacon of encouragement and support. Stephen's willingness to think creatively and embrace lightheartedness fosters an environment where innovation and connection flourish. He is known for his innovative teaching practices and continuously seeks out new and creative ways to engage students and enhance learning experiences. Stephen leads by examples, inspiring others to strive for excellence and continually improve their practice. He willingly shares his expertise, mentors new teachers, and collaborates with colleagues to promote professional growth and development. He is an excellent choice to receive KEA Non-Classroom Teacher of the Year.
All right. Allison LaRosa Flick, Kent Principals Association. Allison has been a KSD team member since 2013. Her first position with the district was a fifth grade teacher at Pine Tree Elementary. Yeah! Before becoming an assistant principal at Seuss Creek, Allison was in the role of library tech integration and academic interventionist. Allison is an excellent role model for staff and students. She is welcoming, encouraging, and a mentor to all staff, students, and families. Whenever students need additional support, Allison steps in to help meet them where they are and discuss ways that she can help them be successful. Allison has taken it upon herself to make the hallways and spaces more inclusive, a more inclusive setting for everyone. Each month, she has different cultural themes in the halls based on cultural holidays and events. Allison even got flags to represent the different cultures and diversity within our school. Allison best exemplifies Team KSD by giving all students a voice at Seuss Creek and bringing inspiring academic and social activities to students and families. She is also passionate about celebrating all student growth in many areas. She meets students, staff, and families where they are, showing them kindness and care, and helping them grow and celebrate that growth. These qualities embody the characteristic deserving of the Kent Principal Association Employee of the Year. Congratulations.
All right, and for KSFSA, our Nutrition Services Group, we have Miss Tammy Brown. Tammy first started with KSD in 1999 as a food nutrition services substitute and became a continuing employee in 2012. She has been the lead shipper with nutrition services since the 15-16 school year. Tammy goes above and beyond for all the staff in school kitchens. She is excellent in her job and does it with a smile and cheerful attitude. We are proud to recognize Tammy as the Employee of the Year for the Kent School Food Service Association.
All right, and last but absolutely not least, Ivan Liu, our Teamsters Employee of the Year. Ivan has been with Team KSD since 2007. In addition to being a bus driver, he has also served in the role of driver trainer. Ivan sees and treats each student as an individual. He believes that they all can be successful. Ivan is a successful trainer of bus drivers and of first aid. He has given people the knowledge and tools to become successful. Ivan shares with new drivers that he knows where they are coming from and that his skills when he became a driver were not innate and that he had to work on improving his skills. I love that. Ivan is willing to jump in and assist when any of the routers or dispatchers need assistance. These are just a few reasons Ivan is the Teamsters Employee of the Year. Congratulations.
So if we can have our school board come down and take photos.
It'll go easier.
And again, let's give it up one more time for our Employees of the Year.
Count 3. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Kathy was at my middle school when I was in middle school.
Really? Oh my God.
She was one of the teachers. It was her first year teaching.
You, wow, look at that. What a world, right? Having you seen here, it like makes her proud.
It's exciting to see. Thank you. Well earned. We're just going to give a few more seconds for those who are exiting to do that. And we'll be moving on to the preliminary communication from the audience. Also, that did leave quite a bit of chairs up front. I promise we've all brushed our teeth. And you are welcome to move forward if you would like to. Otherwise, if you got a really comfy chair and it's nice and warm, you're good there too. I see a thumbs up on that one. Awesome. Okay, well, we'll leave room just in case somebody wants to come back and join us in a little bit. But we still did brush our teeth. If I may, it was so exciting to be able to recognize so many KSD employees. I don't know, I feel like my heart's filled, and so that is one of those things that just fills your cup. I also love hearing how many of them are Kent School District. I did hear Kent Ridge in there, but a Kent School District graduates and coming back. So how great is that we have our students love us so much that they come back and are able to influence the next set of students. So great. Okay, we are now moving on to section 3.0, preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Antello?
Yeah, President Margell, while we have Ms. Antella come up, I can share there are no online video comments and no online written comments.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
see. Ms. Antella.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela, President Margell, members of the board, Ms. Curry. Two forms were submitted for this evening, both to be heard in the first 30 minutes, as the topics are not on the agenda this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. No student ones? Okay, thank you. Perfect, okay. The first one is Tim Martin.
Good evening. I would like to relinquish my 3 minutes to Layla Jones.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Vela, President Margell, school board members. My name is Layla Jones. I'm the Vice President of the Kent Education Association. We, the undersigned leadership of the Kent Labor Alliance, have composed this letter to express our dissatisfaction with the current executive leadership and the Kent School District board members. This letter is an expression of our vote of no confidence in Superintendent Israel Vela and School Board President Megan Margell and their ability to function in leadership roles in the district. We understand the severity of this decision and did not arrive at it without consideration. The concerns of the Kent Labor Alliance include:
1, multiple failures of the capital projects and technology levy. Voters overwhelmingly rejected a levy that would have supported health and safety upgrades, facility equipment replacements, and improvements and technology education. Instead of recognizing the lack of trust from the community, district leadership blamed voter apathy and taxation fatigue. 2, the passage of Resolution 1669. This resolution was approved before speaking to all labor groups, therefore silencing the elected representation. The labor partners who were spoken to approved of Director Cook weighing in on their negotiations if a recusal from KEA existed. The board refused to consider this information before forcing the vote to silence Director Cook and the community that he represents.
3, replacing union employees with non-represented workers. The district has eliminated union jobs, reclassified the same jobs, and hired non-represented workers. This practice is the very definition of skimming and union busting tactics. 4, disregarding the concerns brought forward by constituents and stakeholders. School board officers have ignored the concerns that have been brought forward by community members.
In addition to the issues above, Superintendent Vela or his designees has failed to address the following concerns. 5, lack of support staff for student behavior. The lack of staff support to address student behavior has compromised the learning environment. The need for mental health assistance has resulted in students acting out their frustrations on people and school property. Number 6, uneven application of the CBAs. Currently, the CBAs are only recognized or followed when it is the district's interests. The CBA is completely disregarded when it is the interest of the labor groups. Thus, grievances are routinely filed.
7, unfilled positions in labor groups. Unfilled positions have created increased workload and left some essential duties left undone. All labor positions need to be staffed to sustain an excellent learning environment. 8, lack of supplies and properly working equipment. Functioning equipment and ample supplies are needed to meet the increasing needs of our children. This includes refrigeration, heating, and plumbing equipment.
We feel this lack of attention to, preparation for, or appropriate prioritizing of the requirements and interest of the Kent Labor Alliance team is an ongoing and uncorrected lack of respect toward all labor unions. Even when input is sought, there is failure to follow through or a total disregard for the ideas of many. The district's decisions appear to be primarily made to reduce costs rather than for the benefit of the students and staff. And over the past several years, we have had concerns regarding the KSD leadership and school board's competence and professionalism, specifically regarding trust, integrity, collaboration, and the lack of respect for all staff. Without the recognition for improvement, there is no hope for a quality educational environment, and thus no way forward for students and staff. We are requesting that Superintendent Vela and School Board President Megan Margell voluntarily resign from their leadership positions.
Okay, time. We do have our next one, Layla Jones.
That was my time.
Okay. Those are all the comments that we have for this comment section. We are now on to section 4.01 and the superintendent report. Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. As we enter a season of celebrations, it's time to honor and express gratitude to our esteemed KSD retirees. HR is organizing a celebration scheduled for June 12th, so please mark your calendars. From 3:30 to 5 p.m., it'll be here in the boardroom, and make sure to mark your calendars, I mentioned. Additionally, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the staff members who were recognized as Employees of the Year for their exceptional talents and unwavering dedication to education. Their hard work and commitment are truly appreciated. I want to also thank the board members for their continued work on a new land acknowledgement and those who were able to attend the convening of school directors and tribal leaders. This event provided valuable training and discussions on several topics, including the identification of Native students, tribal consultation requirements, data trends, tribal curriculum, and our shared commitment to student outcomes. I also applaud the dedication of our staff in organizing the land acknowledgement work session, where we had the privilege of hearing from a member of the Muckleshoot tribe. Moving forward, we will continue to review the land acknowledgement and collaborate to honor the indigenous peoples of this area. Recently, the Kent Community Foundation and their community partners awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to well-deserving students at their annual scholarship event. I want to thank Dr. Behringer for attending this event. As each year, this partnership awards 40 scholarships, drawing dozens of applications from students in the Kent School District. I sincerely thank the foundation and these community partners for their service to the greater Kent School District community. We have an amazing transportation team. As you noticed today, we have an Employee of the Year, as evidenced by a recent email that I received from a Mr. A.J. Panter, who is the Executive Director of Facility Supports Service in the Vancouver Public Schools. His email is thanking the transportation for their efforts to help Vancouver Public Schools. During a visit to Kent by the Vancouver girls softball team, their bus was unfortunately vandalized at their hotel. In response, our transportation team not only supplied a bus and driver to transport the students, they also cleaned and restored a damaged bus, ensuring it could continue serving these student athletes. I commend our team for their exceptional efforts in extending the necessary help and support to these students and going above and beyond the call of duty. So thank you to our transportation team. As we eagerly anticipate our graduations, which mark the culmination of many years of dedication and hard work by our students and their families, I also want to recognize the tireless support from our staff in guiding scholars to the stage. It is truly appreciated. I encourage you to save the date and plan to attend one or more of our graduation ceremonies during the second week of June. For details regarding graduation dates and times and location, please refer to our website. We continue to monitor the budget, ensuring we remain on track to achieve our financial objectives while upholding the standard of a world-class education for our students. Recently, I participated in the monthly Regional Superintendent's Business Meeting, where we delved into discussions on equitable funding and the financial outlook for the upcoming 24-25 school year. It is evident that many districts in our region are grappling with challenging financial circumstances. Thankfully, we are not facing quite the depth of challenges as our neighbors. I remain committed to navigating these circumstances while keeping our focus on our students and their promising futures. I look forward to our next budget presentation scheduled for June 26th as we gear up for school ahead of us. Our research and evaluation team, along with the Goal 2 planning leadership team, launched a think tank meetings with mental health staff from our schools to capture feedback from our mental health partnerships evaluation rubric, refine criteria that defines a good mental health partner, and surface needs from our students and families. This feedback will help shape future mental health partnership evaluations and offer insights about possible areas for additional partnerships in our schools. Recently, Director Cook and I attended the Meridian Middle School Leadership Student Interactive Art Display supported by a digital learning team. Sonia Stromer's leadership class combined creativity, coding, and teamwork to create a positive and encouraging experience highlighting their technology learning. This is a fine example of our amazing teachers and students using technology to create an experience that was both fun and inspiring. And I know, Director Cook, you can agree with me on that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed getting to see Ms. Strumer's class there. It was really fantastic.
Absolutely.
I had
Thank
already
you.
known her from her time working at Sunrise with my wife, and it was just great to see them flourish like that.
Great, thank you for joining me. As we look toward next year, I'm happy to announce that we will be implementing a unified communication tool and new websites for our schools. We will be able to craft a unique identity across websites, mobile app, social media, alerts, and two-way communications that can be translated into 130 languages with a single, simple-to-use tool. We're looking forward to this implementation to provide our families with a seamless communication experience. As I conclude my report tonight, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the board for their unwavering dedication in supporting our students, our schools, and our district together. We have exerted considerable effort this year to implement our strategic plan and review, discuss, and approve updated policies. I value our collaboration in moving forward to attain our objectives by fostering inclusivity and embracing the motto of every student, every voice, every day. We are actively building bridges toward a brighter future as we did tonight with our student team during our work session. Thank you, and this concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. We now are moving on to section 5.01, the legislative update. This is also where all remaining comment cards need to be turned into the blue drop box at the back of the room before the legislative update begins. Seeing no one racing, I'll call on Director Clark to give the legislative update.
No report.
There we go. Okay. If I may, the legislators are out of session right now, so there's not much to report. The next is 6.01. Oh, this is exciting. The Kent Police Student Board. Superintendent Vela, can you introduce our speakers?
Thank you very much, President Margell. I'm excited about our presentation tonight. I shared with some of you that my daughter was able to also be a part of this years and years ago as a student at Kentwood High School and Matson Middle School. I'd like to introduce Mr. Randy Heath, our Associate Superintendent of Learning Supports, to introduce our guests.
Good evening, Superintendent Vela, President Margell, members of the board, Ms. Curry. This is a pleasure for me. Going back 10 years ago when I first arrived in the district, one of the first community people that I met was Stacy Judd, who made an appointment to come and see me and share with me a little bit about some work that they were doing around the Kent Drug-Free Coalition and the youth advocacy and leadership. And so I immediately was bought in. I thought it was great. Joined the Kent Drug-Free Coalition and learned even more about this incredible youth board that has been going on in Kent for years. And so we thought this would be a great time to bring them forward and let them share a little bit about what their work is this year. And just to let you know, Covington's Youth Council will be coming at our next board meeting to also share.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Superintendent Vela, President Margell, board members, and Ms. Curry, thank you for having us tonight. Emily, Ms. Curry's daughter, was also part of our student board, so it's kind of nice to see everything full circle. My name is Stacy Judd, and I'm a community education coordinator for the Kent Police Department, and I've been there a long time, 23 years, and the board has existed long before I even got there. So I do much around the police department, but this is my absolute favorite part of my job, and I will turn it over to them, and they'll tell you all of what we do. All right.
Okay, hi, I'm Genevieve Novak. I'm in 11th grade. I go to Kent Ridge High School, and this is my second year on youth board.
One thing I did forget to say, we have had board members from all middle and Kent high schools, but for some reason, right now, we're very Kent Ridge heavy, which I know will make President Margell happy. Me too. I'm a Kent Ridge grad, so it's okay. But we are very Kent Ridge heavy, but I just wanted to say we are all across the district.
Okay, hi, my name is Brianna Tom. I'm currently a junior at Kent Ridge High School, and I've been on the board for 5 years.
Hello, I am Alex Holk. I am a junior at Kent Ridge, and I've only been in youth board for about 3 months now. Go Chargers!
Hello, I'm Ivy Kristen. I'm in 8th grade at Northwood Middle, and this is my first year on student board. Hi, my name is Grace Holman. I'm a junior at Kent Ridge, and this is my second year on youth board.
Hi, I'm Cameron Kristen. I'm a junior at Kent Ridge, and this is my first year on youth board.
Hi, my name is Madison McGarry. I go to Kent Ridge High School, and I'm a junior, shocker, and this is my 5th year on student board.
Hello, my name is Aurora McGarry, and I'm an 8th grader at Northwood Middle School, and this is my first year. Kent Middle and High School students dedicated to serve students, families, and the community around us.
We're also a group focused on building leadership skills and making community connections around Kent. We also make friendships from across the district.
Next, we're going to talk a little bit about what we do. So first of all, one of our biggest events that we like to do here with the student board is the Game of Life. Now, the Game of Life is the way that we kind of can and the high school students and middle school students in the area. We invite all the middle schools and Kent schools that would want to attend that. And it is normally a 2-day session. We are all over here, we're the ones who run it. So the Game of Life is basically, so we pick the 12 different topics that we talk about. We decided when planning, and it's usually to talk about like exactly what we think should be talked about in the community, because we're kind of the voices and ears for the students of the community. So drug prevention, mental health, driving safety, things like that are all things that we have done topics about. Usually we go and pick people that we think would be good representatives about those topics, and then from there we kind of branch out for different students. This year we had 6th graders there, so that was a fun experience. So the Game of Life is definitely something that I hold close to my heart because it's a very fun thing to be hosting. So next we do the mental health podcast. So this was our latest project that we did last year, and we partnered with Kent and Kent Now to produce a podcast to send out to the community. A couple of our voices were heard when we talked about our experience with mental health through COVID and through the school, and how we bounce that, who we go to for help, things like that, what we would do to kind of prevent things in our community. So it was a great way to kind of share exactly like our voices, and it was a great way to kind of reach out in that way. And then we also did mental health for dinner. So mental health for dinner was done a couple years ago. It was done in my 8th grade year. This was where we focused on, it was like a large spring project. So this is where we partnered with Houston Kraft. He is one of the founders of Character Strong. And we worked with him to create an online event to make it easier access. This was during COVID times where we were all online. So we made it online to make it easier access. And this was targeted towards parents to kind of teach them about mental health. That's the reason why it was called Mental Health for Dinner. We had different interviewers where some of our members went and talked to them about mental health and what they thought, and kind of got their voices heard. And it was just a great way to kind of like spread awareness in the community. We had people from all around the world joining. It was an amazing experience. I was happy to be a part of it. And then, do you want to talk about our recent project?
So, as of recent, something we've something we've really been working on is, like, this year we're mostly focused on our awareness videos, which are short form. So like, if you all know TikToks, Reels, Shorts, all that. And what we're working on 3 main projects right now. One of our largest is we're working on a skit, which is really aimed towards, I wouldn't want to say scaring, but leading students away from a path of drugs. We're also working on 2 interviews, one right now with a work release convict that has had a history of drugs, to further educate and warn of the dangers of drugs, as well as an interview with a nurse who has had a history of dealing with patients with drug usage and seen it all. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you guys our...
More to talk about. Sorry. I was waiting until the end to talk about this because, so we did put growing our board and marketing outreach on here. This is something that we're currently starting to work on. We have an Instagram now, and we are working on kind of sharing to the teenagers like we exist. We follow a lot of the Kent schools in the area to kind of try to get their attention, let them know that we're here. It is definitely a growing worry of mine, being a member of 5 years, that in a couple years we won't have a team. So that's definitely something that we're trying to work on, creating Instagram posts, showing students that we are students too, and creating familiarity, I can't say that word, is how we're going to create a bigger team. So that's what the growing our board and marketing outreach is. So, yeah.
Okay, so now I can introduce our 2022 video about the Game of Life.
Game of Life is a great gathering of our youth, our students, to come together and talk about serious issues. Things like substance abuse or healthy relationships and mental health. It's also an opportunity to start fostering leadership in our students. And it's one of those first steps where, as part of the board, they start leading and growing and making a difference in their communities.
My favorite thing is finding a community whose morals and values kind of reflect mine, and also being able to share those with younger students. I've really learned how to adapt my skills as a leader to what my community needs.
Being part of this board is more of an experience of meeting new people and being able to try build your leadership skills.
Game of Life, it's an opportunity for kids to talk to each other about the things that are going on in their lives and topics that are relevant to them. There's something about a peer-to-peer conversation. As parents, we can say the same thing, and then when a friend says it, it hits different. Both of my boys were members of the student board for many years, and so I got a chance to watch this firsthand. For them, it was confidence building, the opportunity to stand up in front of a group, lead a group.
I think a lot of us know what is good, but a lot of times that doesn't mean we're good at it, right? So we're sort of going to this route of being like, okay, everyone wants to be a good leader. Everyone wants to be a good friend. But what are those things that stop us? I think this is really unique in that way, that they're like, go have fun, be silly, meet people, and in that process, have really meaningful conversations.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to talk about some of our goals as a board. One of the things we aim to do is to create pathways towards helping people make healthy choices and being resilient. We also aim to educate the youth about the effects of drugs and alcohol and how it affects their lives and also the people around them, because that's important so that they don't go down those paths and then hurt themselves or others in the future. We also aim to improve mental health in our community, especially in the youth, because a lot of times people at school or even outside of school will experience things that will hurt them mentally, and most of the time people will bottle that up, and it's just not great. So we aim to help people express that.
Okay, so adding on to a few of our goals, we work a lot with educating parents on how to go to their kids and talk to them about difficult topics. So we give a lot of resources that include ways to talk to your students, like maybe bringing up drugs and alcohol in their high school, or maybe if they're going to a party and you don't know how to approach the topic. We give a lot of resources and ways to approach those situations. And then we also work a lot with connecting youth and families with more community resources. And then finally becoming leaders in our community and getting experiences for our future. Oh, wait, is there, was there, oh?
Yeah. Wait, what?
I think one slide didn't make it.
Okay, it's okay. No, it's okay. No, it wasn't. It was just introducing her and her amazingness, so.
Well, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Is there any questions or comments from our board members?
I just want to say thank you very much for all that you're doing, because it's very important that we have students out there in the community trying to support that work. It's hard to get through to all kids all the time, but this is the sort of stuff that plants the seeds so that other students will see that you're out there leading in this way, and hopefully will seek leadership in the same way.
Yeah, I also just want to comment and say thank you guys so much for that presentation. I think mental health still has a really big stigma in our community, especially throughout all ages and environments and spaces that our learners are occupying. And so, again, for me, mental health is a huge passion. And so if there's anything that either I myself or as the board collectively can do to help spread the word or support this program, please communicate and continue presenting this to us.
Thank you very much for your work on this. And then I love seeing the breadth of years right, from middle school up through the high school. So thank you very much for sharing and the time. Life is busy, and you make time for what's important, and thank you for making the time for making this important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we are always recruiting members, 7th through 12th grade. They can start in 7th grade and serve till they're seniors. And the one that was missing, I must have forgotten to put it on there, but it was my email and my phone number. But they can just go to the police department's website and get it there. So we're always looking for new people.
Thank you. Do they have to live in the city of Kent?
They do not. It's really Kent School District.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not just city of Kent, but the school district. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We were wondering before you left if we could get a photo.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Three. 1, 2, 3. One more. Great job.
I believe that the reason that we see so many Kentridge is literally every single day in the bulletin, there is something about this program at Kentridge. So there is no missing that this opportunity is there. Great. We are on 7.0, discussion and approval. Anything from?
I move to approve 7.01, uncollectible non-tax revenue.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. We are open for discussion. Seeing none, we'll move.
I did have a question on that. So I see it's roughly, I think, what, $50,000 that we were looking at? Something like that, is that right? 58,000.
Yeah.
How much is it in total, though? What are we looking at for a total cost of, these types of charges, but not just for this year? Do we have any accounting of that?
So just, if I understand the question, I thought we had an accounting from last year and this year. Is that the question?
Well, I just mean in total, like what do we have outstanding as far as the amount of stuff that we could waive or that we...
Got it.
That sort of...
I'll call Mr. Ben Rarick up to the podium to maybe, yep, please.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. I appreciate your question, Director Cook. I actually do have some information for you.
Okay.
So as far as outstanding student fines and fees, and this would encompass both active and inactive students, the amount right now is $618,000.
Okay. And that's total of everything that might be outstanding from a student perspective, right?
Correct, but it's not inclusive of like student meal debt.
Oh, okay.
So it would be.
So that would be a separate line item? Do we
Correct.
have that number as well?
I do not have that number at this time, no.
Okay. Does anyone else or no?
We can get that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're
Thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Did you have any other questions about?
No, I was just curious what the total of all of that was, because, it's good to see it for the year, but if we're just constantly doing that, how much are we doing that regularly, and how much is that balloon payment, so to say, if we had to pay all of it for some reason at some point, if the legislature were to change laws or something?
I'm sorry, if we had to pay that?
Well, so, because if they don't pay it, right now, what we're doing is we're waiving these charges. So we're saying we're gonna, no longer hold that debt against these students, either that are here or not. We've decided that we will waive these charges to those students, right? So they're not paying us, which means we are taking that cost on, correct? And so if it's $600,000 in total, if something were to change and the legislature said you can no longer hold more than 2 years worth of debt, it may come due in a larger chunk. And so that's why I was curious about it.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move this to a vote. All those in favor, I'm sorry, a motion has been made to approve item 7.01, uncollectible non-tax revenue. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
Madam Chair, I move 702, Central Office Boardroom Audio Video Upgrade.
Second?
The motion has been made and seconded. We are now open for discussion.
So it looks like we're going to be replacing the existing wireless microphones and whatnot. Do we have someone that could speak to the current challenges that we've been having and why we're doing this?
Yeah, we do. We have Mr. Olson that happy to come up and share some of the current challenges. Mr. Olson.
Thank you. Appreciate the question, Superintendent Vela, distinguished members of the board, President Mariel, Ms. Curie. I will speak to the microphone issues we've been having. Over the last 6 months, I think we've all noticed that it's been kind of getting worse and worse, right? So we call the support company out to say, what can we do? And they came out and they said, well, there's a lot you can do. In fact, there's a lot you need to do. If we're going to really replace and make this functional, kind of more guaranteed, we have to replace a lot of equipment. And so they said some of the components have been here since 2012-ish time frame, maybe earlier. And in fact, we can't even get these components anymore from the manufacturer. We're going to have to source them on eBay, and we may not even be able to be guaranteed that we can get those parts and they'll work, right? So we then solicited a bid to say, okay, what is it that we would actually need to do? And they came back with the cost, and we thought, well, that cost is pretty high, so let's get some more companies in here. So there's companies that do a lot of work with other school districts doing board. So we solicited 3 that I know of, a couple that I've used in other places. And the 3 quotes that came back, they all were very, very similar in the type of technology that they proposed to really kind of update us. And so we looked at them, and some of them had a few extra components, some of them had a few less, but basically we looked at them and we said we can probably go with the cheapest option, and that'll be sufficient for our needs, right? It doesn't do everything that anybody would ever want to do, but it does everything that we need to do here today, and even gives us a few more options, including assisted listening devices that kind of for compliance reasons and things that we need to do. So that's kind of the 3 options that we got, and we're recommending the cheapest of the 3.
Did they give you an answer as to why we were having that trouble with the equipment that we currently have?
They said it's just super old. They said, like, and at first we're thinking it's just wireless mics, but as you saw today, this microphone's also doing it, and it's bigger than just like a microphone here or a transceiver or a receiver there. It's actually kind of some more of the hearts and the brains of the system. There's some parts that are great, and so all 3 of the proposals are like, hey, this piece is really good, we're going to reuse that. This piece is really good, we're going to reuse that. So it's not replacing everything. It's really replacing the parts that we really think need to be done.
That's good. I like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is the planned amount of time that equipment purchased today? Is there like a planned obsolescence period?
It really depends on the equipment, and sometimes when you buy equipment, you don't know what that is, and then the industry says, oh wow, that's not lasting very long, right? So what we're talking about now is doing audio AV over IP, so it's more digitizing and IP network and stuff. So we believe that's the future, and that technology's been around for a little while, but it wasn't really around back then. So we think that that'll last us a very long time. I would say we could get, going out on a limb here, so just take that with a grain of salt here, but at least another 10 or 12 years out of this upgrade.
That is just as a curious part. Do you know whether if it's using IP, does that mean it's using Wi-Fi, so it would be using like the 5 gigahertz band or the 2.4 gigahertz band or
So I think the wireless microphones, right, are going to be using their normal bands, right? The FCC outlawed some, and I checked, and we aren't in that band, so that's good. But so I think the wireless technology for microphones will still be, whatever is the normal FCC megahertz range or whatever. But on the back end, like the wired connections, when you're transporting from, say, like the camera that everyone's watching us on right now, back to the components in the back, that'll be traversing a category cable.
Okay.
With a switch, yeah.
Wow, 10 years is, in technology years, is ancient.
That's a really long time, right? So again,
it's ancient.
Yeah, right. So don't quote me on that, but that's the hope.
We just hope to still see you in 10 years that we can call you out on it, just in case.
Thank you. Everyone remember that, right? Yeah.
Awesome. Is there any additional questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, there's been a motion and a second for item number 7.02, Central Office Boardroom Audio Video Upgrade to be approved. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
I make a motion for 7.03. Discuss 7.03, right?
Could you, the best way to is to read out the whole thing.
Okay, I make a motion to discuss 7.03.
Oh, approve.
Oh, sorry, approve. 7.03, policy 1620, the board superintendent relationship and the superintendent's duties.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. We are open for discussion.
So, what changes are we looking at here? It seems that it's pretty similar to what we had before, but we are adding things that aren't part of what WASDA suggests. Their model policy does not match what we have in here. What was the purpose of adding the additional wording that isn't part of WASDA's example?
Okay, it's part of our first reading and conversation in the work session, but I'll have Ms. Hawley come up to just remind us of our conversation.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Viola, Ms. Curry. This was just a combination of the policy we had, 1620, originally, the superintendent's duties, combined it with WASDA's. It wasn't any change other than that. We kept the one we had, we added what they had in theirs to combine both.
And how did we come to the determination that we didn't want to just use what WASDA had, that it wasn't sufficient?
Well, I put it out to the board, and then the board discusses. I just merged the two to see the difference.
Okay.
and the board discusses. We go from there.
Okay. So I guess then it's a question to the board. You know, the board members here who have been here much longer than myself, obviously. Why would we want to add on to this, to the WASDA policy? What benefit does it have for the community, the children that we serve, our staff members, that sort of thing? What is driving that?
Well, number one, obviously, it's clarity in the combination of the roles. But I remind you, we've already had extensive conversations on these policy positions. There's the whole point of putting them on this agenda is after we have arrived at consensus as a body, or as close as we can get. So we've already gone through all this. This is not new.
Okay. Would it be all right if we have someone up that is a parliamentarian so I can ask a question?
Do we have?
What was the question again?
Well, what's the question, and then we'll see if we need a parliamentarian for it.
Okay, so my understanding of how Robert's Rules works and this meeting in and of itself is not that we've already decided and we're coming here just as a procedural thing to say, yeah, great, we want it. This is actually a discussion. Is it? Maybe I'm reading that incorrectly, and that's why I wanted to ask.
Look, this is simple. We've already gone through the discussion. If you have an amendment, you can certainly still offer it because this is the final approval.
Okay.
But we're not going to keep beating each issue after we spent hours discussing it. It is not polite for the audience because it's our job to be efficient in what we do. It's already posted. The public has had a chance to read it. Most of this is very simple revisions that were given to us by WASDA. Now, if we want to make an individual correction, we can, and if you want to make one right now, you can, but it requires a majority vote.
I don't think that was a question. I guess if we can just go back to Director Cook's question of just in a simple elevator statement, what was the reasoning behind it, not the explanation of what the purpose of this discussion was. I think it was just a fair question of clarification.
Yeah, I think I'll actually answer both. How about that?
Yeah.
One, I do think that Director Clark answered it in saying that it added clarity where we felt that clarity needed to be made that for our specific school district compared to surrounding school districts. While we are a WASDA modeled district, we are not WASDA. We are Kent School District. And so while many of our policies are similar to those and follow the model of WASDA, we choose to divert from them where we feel that we want either additional specification, clarity, or there's probably other reasons why, but probably in this situation, that's the best. As far as talking about the process of doing this, that's why we have all of our work sessions. And so in our most recent work session, I believe that this is one of the ones that was discussed, approved by the board to move forward after having the time to discuss. Everybody had time to be able to comment on it. Everybody had time to be able to bring any issues up with it. And so that's just for the process of it, is that would be done during a work session. And so that's where we're here today, kind of to be able to approve the work that we've already done as a board.
Okay, so I guess I want to go back to the parliamentary question on that, if possible. Are we able to speak to someone who has?
I'm still not seeing what the parliamentarian question is.
Well, because you're saying that we've already done all the discussion that we're going to have on it, and that this is just so that we can improve the discussion we already had.
No, I think, let me say it again, is that we've had the discussion, we've had the ample time and the time allotted to be able to discuss this. So this is, since we've already decided it and as a consensus, as a board, brought this for approval. Yes, you do have, just as Director Clark said, of course you have the right to make an amendment, but we've already had the time to be able to discuss this and set aside really unlimited number of work sessions. And so not until the board reached a consensus does it move forward to this forum where we're at approval, because we've already moved to consensus. Now, if, like I said, and Director Clark said, if there's an amendment that you would like to make, this is absolutely the time to do that.
Would I be able to move to table this until the next work session so that the questions that I have can be addressed, or?
What questions are there?
Well, I mean, I don't feel like my question was answered. I asked, what is it that, and all you said was, it's because we're a special little snowflake amongst many snowflakes, which I get. But like, why? Like, that's, if I'm reading through this, and you're saying we've deliberated this extensively, and you have in past board meetings, and obviously. Well, yes.
Yes.
But I mean, if that's the case, then I would imagine that I, and as well as any other board member, would be able to enumerate why we're adding things to WASDA's policy. And so far, all I've heard is that we're doing this because we talked about it, and that the reason that there's extra wording is because Kent is special and different. Like, there's no, like, that's not a reason. That's yeah, sure, we are different, I guess, but in what ways does that make this necessary is where I'm trying to go with that, I guess.
If I could point something
Holly,
out.
What would the answer was that question to Director Song, and the answer was we did not change the original and combine the WASDA together to create this one, and so that was the answer. And then to your question about a parliament, you are at discussion. It's been moved and seconded, and you're at discussion right now. I thought you asked that question from a parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, well,
so that's where you are right now.
Where my question was on that was the fact that, to me, it doesn't seem that it's, we're here as a group to discuss this in a final fashion. It is not here for us to bring things just to vote on, to get things through and make it quick. And I apologize to the audience if we keep you here.
No, but it just would have been.
They're welcome to go. They don't have to stay with us. We're the only ones that have to stay here.
No, but,
as far as I know.
these are the discussions that should have been brought up in the work session.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was at camp that week, and I missed some of that meeting due to needing to eat, and so I apologize for that. But you know, that's why I wasn't able to maybe get as much into that meeting as I could have if I had been here available for it. And that is I guess a mistake of mine. Maybe I should have been here instead. But I prioritized the students at that moment, and so. But I would like to be able to discuss it more before we vote on it. I guess if no one else is interested in that, then I can move and they can say no. But that was my reasoning why I had questions on it.
So two things to answer to that. Yes, if you'd like to make a motion to table that, we can put that up as a motion and we can vote on that. And the other question is I guess my question on this is, are you going to do this for every single policy that we have on the agenda for tonight?
I mean, as many as I feel I need to. I can't say that it'll be every one.
Okay. Because my point is if we're not going to use the work session for what it was for, and that by you not showing up, we're not able to move this, then we need to move this agenda item to a different day.
That's okay with me.
If that is what you want to put a motion for, I mean, otherwise we're going to just go through the motions of every single one of looking at a tabling, I guess, as the option.
Well, I can't say, I mean, I can't tell you that I'm going to do that on every single one.
No, and that's fair. That's a fair answer. Okay.
I just want to make a comment. We are elected to do policy work and to be fiduciary for this district. Ms. Holly sends us the policies at least 2 weeks before we have the work session. We're supposed to be going through each policy and mark up what we want to be able to bring it up so that the rest of the board can look into it and then come into a consensus what the policy should read. This was brought up by Ms. Holly. We had a work session. We've discussed it. I'm sorry you missed it, that work session.
And chose not to give comments in the 2 weeks period
right. So,
that we would have brought up.
So what I'm saying is we had 2 more weeks before it got on the agenda. I don't believe that we heard from you stating your concern about this policy. And I'm just curious, if we're going to be, a board that is elected for that reason, but yet we don't do our job, is it something that we gotta, do better, or is it something that we should continuously?
I'm sorry. I think we're getting into the
From the audience, I'm sorry. This is a meeting of the board.
I just want to make a statement that I think we're getting too far into this accusatory. I think this is starting to become more of a debate than it has to be. So I think Director Cook's question was answered by you, President Margell. So can you remind us again, what was your suggestion to move on to the next step?
So we can, if Director Cook would like to make, or anybody else would like to make a motion, we can entertain a motion.
So I'm going to intervene here quickly in regards to the question for to table an issue is not the preferred way to do it. You can certainly call for the question and vote it down if the board wants to consider this at another time. That would be the most appropriate thing to do rather than having another intervening motion to postpone. If within your discussion after it's been proposed and seconded you want more time, the more appropriate thing would be to call for the vote and vote it down, and then you can bring it to the next meeting if that's the preference, rather than entertaining another motion.
That's fine. I mean, if that's how we want to do that, that is a way we could do it.
Yeah, I want to thank, Mr. Leonard, and I think I reminded earlier that it's been moved and seconded. A discussion was held, to your question, Director Cook. That is the discussion. We're in the discussion portion. Director Song asked a question. I believe we answered it. I think you said we answered it. And I think now we heard from Mr. Leonard that now you can call for the vote if discussion is now completed, and then you can move forward with another motion if you'd like to.
I guess my question on this one is, was there something specifically that Director Cook had issue with the wording as it was presented?
I just would prefer that we stick with WASDA's policy. I don't see the point in adding to it. I don't think it adds enough benefit to it. And so far, I have heard nothing from any board member here as to a proponent side of it, right? Like, there's no, like, I'm sitting here saying, why do we have it? And no one can answer that for me. And to me, that sounds like, well, then why do we bother? Like, what if it's just there because we did it at some point a long time ago, and we just continue to do that, and that's what we do? Like, I don't. To me, that doesn't make any sense. The WASDA policy seems to me, at this point, to be, fully baked, so to say. Has a multitude of lawyers and administrators and people working in that organization to make sure that things are fitting for all 200 some odd different school districts in the state. To me, there should be a strong reason why we're adding anything to a WASDA policy, like model policy. And if there is, then please speak it. Like, tell me the big reason why we should keep it. And if you can't come up with that, then maybe we don't do it and we just keep what WASDA's model policy is and remove the additional wording that is, in my opinion, possibly unnecessary.
You're certainly entitled to your opinion, and here's mine. We had a prolonged discussion on all of these policies, and I prefer to move forward because we as a group had approved that.
I also appreciate that there's specification given to the roles of the superintendent. I think that delineated roles is important to the functioning of a district and should be part of a policy to be able to talk about what those roles are and are not. I believe that, and I think maybe I'm quoting in thinking back to, past President Ms. Joe Beno, that we don't just accept WASDA. It is a model for us, and I would never think about it as just having to be the default. I think it is a model for us. I believe that looking through all of this, and I haven't heard any different from you, that there's nothing in here in specific that isn't what we say what the role of the superintendent is, and having that specified helps with further define all of the other policies and practices of our organization.
I guess to me that they seem redundant. Like, I look through it, and the wording that it says from WASDA is relatively similar. So the fact that all we're doing is just tagging on the stuff that we did before to what WASDA's policy is, why bother with WASDA's policy at all? If we don't think that it was necessary before, what makes us think that it's necessary now?
I think we did think it was necessary before. That's why we had it.
Well, no, I'm saying the WASDA policy, because we're obviously choosing to add that right now. That's the part that we're changing, is that we're saying, hey, WASDA's policy looks pretty good. We should use that. And then we're saying, but our policy should be in there too, so that we can use either or whenever we choose, instead of it being concise and in one place. I mean, we could have chosen to mesh them somehow and take out the parts that are the same, right? Like, because it says in WASDA's policy, the superintendent, as an executive officer of the board, secretary, is responsible for the administration of the schools. And then below, it says superintendent's duties. The superintendent, as executive officer of the board, will be responsible for the administration of the schools and under applicable laws. I mean, they're very similar statements, and I don't see the point in us doing things like this where we're saying, let's add on WASDA's policy, but we're just going to tack it on to what we already have. And now there's two components that say similar things, but they aren't the same things. And so now, like that creates, in my mind, when we have a law of any sort, you don't put the law on the books with it being ambiguous in any way. You want to take out everything that could be possibly ambiguous. And in this case, there are parts that are worded slightly different and may mean something slightly different legally when you look at it from this side versus the other, and they may end up in conflict. And that to me seems, I mean, it just doesn't seem necessary. And so I don't have a problem necessarily with keeping it the way that it was, but why are we adding WASDA's policy without, you know, strategically going in and saying, well, this part of WASDA's policy matches what we have, so we're not going to use their wording, we're going to use ours, and our wording is this, and that's why we're using it, because it has these different components. And I was in part of the meeting. I don't remember discussing this particular issue. I may have been there during that or not. I was a little jumbled as I was, you know, joining via Zoom at camp, so I apologize for that. But to me, you know, it seems, I would prefer things to be as simple and easily stated as possible so that there's no question as to whether we meant to say this or we meant to say that. And in this case, it looks like we're just kind of putting them together and saying, well, they're both in there now, and we can pick and choose whichever one we like to listen to. So.
Yep, I absolutely hear you. I just wish that the opportunity would have been taken during the 2 weeks when you're allowed to review all of it and redline it, that work would have been done,
Well,
if you didn't like it then.
Well, my problem with that entire process, like, I understand it, I do. The problem that I have with it is that I can't discuss it with my board members. Like, I can just discuss it maybe with one of you individually, and like this conversation can't happen. This is the only time that it can. This conversation during this time or during a working session are the only times that we get to actually sit here and talk about what we want to do and how we want to direct our district.
Director Clark and President Margill, I'd like to have Ms. Hawley talk about that process procedure, because we do have a process for that. So Ms. Hawley, if you'd like to talk about how the board does do that.
Sure. So every board member has a file that's only accessible by them, myself, Ms. Santillo. So every file in there contains, if we have a current policy, or I let you know if it's a new policy, and a red line version of the changes. And then every board director has the opportunity to comment or make suggested changes. I merge those before a work session or write them down to talk about them so that we can discuss at the work session any changes the board wants to make. I try to send it out the Friday before the work session, and it usually is out I don't think it has never been later than that. And again, we merge all the comments so that we know what the collective board is thinking. So when we get up to discuss it, I can make notes, people throw out suggestions, and that's how we update the policy at the work session and then bring it back once the board gives consensus to move it forward.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. I just wanted her to talk it through.
I do appreciate that, because honestly, I did not know that. And so that's something.
That's why I'm just
and
trying to
so-
help as part of the secretary of the board.
Yeah,
again,
and that part is difficult, right? But even with that, like, she and the rest of the team here at the district cannot be sharing our comments with each other. Because once we do that, now we've created an
Yeah,
OPMA.
that's what we do during the work session.
Yes.
Work session
Yes,
portion,
exactly.
yeah.
And so the work session or this session, like before we vote on
We
it.
wouldn't move it forward from a work session. We'd move it to a second reading or a third reading or sometimes 11th reading, as we've had on some, before we'd bring it to here. We only move it to here when it's at consensus. And so it was commented on by all of us, or had the opportunity to. It had the opportunity for all of us to discuss. It had all the opportunity for us, even just one person, to say that they didn't like something, and then to either move it forward as a consensus or not. And so it is just, I think what you're hearing is the frustration from the work of those who have attended and worked on it, that now we feel like that work is for naught to move it backwards. That's what you're feeling. That's what, at least from me.
Yeah, I understand that frustration, I do. And obviously this is the only one so far that I brought up that I've had an issue with. And to me, it's like if any of us has an issue with it, how much does it hurt us to say, wait, we'll just, vote this down for now and we'll look at it at our next meeting and we'll discuss it then or something. Or we have our next working session. We can say, we'll just talk about it then.
Well, that would be September. And so
understand.
that's, it just, again, we have the two main functions of a board is budgetary oversight and board governance. And so as one of the two main things that we do, it is, it's one of the things we want to move forward. So that's my comments on it.
I understand it, and I hear that a lot from this board. A lot of times it's done for, I guess, because we want to be more efficient or something.
No, we've had the discussion.
Even
You just chose not to be there.
Okay. I guess I shouldn't have taken the time to go out and volunteer my time.
Or
and my
put 2 weeks of comments in.
Please don't interrupt me while I'm speaking. When I am sitting there and I hear in our district that we've had, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 different schools, and I don't appreciate that kind of attitude either. Thank you. I don't know what you think that is, dropping things as you go through to make a point. I don't know. Yeah. But as far as what's going on here, I just feel like I made a choice because I saw a need that was there. I took my own vacation time, which is precious to me. I have worked hard every day of my life to be able to get the vacation that I get. And I take that time precious, and I go and I spend that time to go help out some 5th graders that none of which are mine. My child had already went to camp. And then I go to camp and now you're admonishing me because it is comical. I'm sitting here trying to make a point. I'm trying to, and apparently I'm boring, another director here on the dais. I apologize for my boring speech here. And again, don't
You're making assumptions.
Okay, I didn't address any particular person, so I wasn't making any point other than to say that it seemed that someone was bored. On top of that, though, I make a point that I didn't agree with this or I don't like it, and the whole argument is, oh, well, we already discussed it during a time when you weren't there, and you should have been there, but I was going out and helping out with another school, going to camp, and apparently I shouldn't have done that. When I heard that parent after parent after parent, I had tons of people ask me about that. Like, why aren't we working harder to get kids into those camps? And I said, you know what? That's something I can address myself. So I went ahead and did it. And now I sit up here on the dais, and you're saying I should have been at that one meeting, and this policy, if we don't do it, the walls are going to fall down. We aren't able to move forward. This has been the policy doesn't change as it is. We've been using that policy for how many years now? It hasn't changed since when? And that's no longer okay. We need to pass that today. And if we have to wait till September, it's going to be the end of the world. To me, that seems fatalist. It is a false sense of thinking, in my opinion. And I don't understand why, if I bring up something and I want to maybe discuss it some more, I want to maybe get some input from other community members. I want to get some input from whoever that might have more information about it. And you're saying, no, we don't want to do that because we already discussed it and we don't care. And you know what? That's an okay opinion to have. I understand that, but to me, that it's hurtful to a new board member and is not a way to collaborate in any way.
So before I recognize, so since you're going to quote me, at least let me say again, because that is incorrect for when I said. 1, you had 2 weeks to be able to comment, and no choice, and there was no comments made during that. No work was put through on that. So absolutely, board members, there's things that come up, totally get it. But there was no work that was done to be able to make it so when we had the discussion that the voice could have been heard during that. And so the choice was not to do the work ahead of time in all of the time that was given. And so for the rest of us that did do that and did show up, we moved something. Again, we can absolutely discuss this, and you have all of the freedom to do this, and that's absolutely fine. But please respect the process and the time of the rest of the board directors that are volunteering their time to do this too. And that if you have comments on this, do the work. Show up, read it before, put the comments in, so then we can do that earlier. So I can be just as passionate because I want to do the job that I'm elected to do, and I can't do that because we're one of 5 if you're not doing the work, and then you push everything off because it's not convenient for you to do that. So, if you want to quote me, it is do the work at the time that it is set up to do it so that we can discuss it. And then when we have it as a consensus, which it was, there was no comments, everybody else that was there moved it forward, then we can be able to have a vote. It seems like there is a time that we can vote that up and down. It is up for discussion tonight, and we respect the vote that you have, and we will move forward with the vote of the board.
Okay, so as far as what you're saying there, for one, as Pam just explained it to me, and I said during this very conversation, so I don't know if it was maybe not understood, that I did not understand that component of how we do our work. Because one, we've had 2 different presentations on OPMA, but no presentations on that, on what we're supposed to do ahead of time before this. I don't remember having that information, and it's not, I'm not saying that it wasn't somewhere where I could find it, or that it wasn't sent to me in an email. But there are emails, I get an email every week from our superintendent that is 80 pages long. And I try to read that every week, I do. I read through it as much as I possibly can. We all have lives and jobs that are outside of this. And right now is a busy time for all of us, I believe. And so I try to do my best. And I apologize if my best isn't good enough, but it's all I have. And I can't come here any different than how I do. And when I say something that I'm concerned about this issue, and it doesn't speak to this particular problem, it may be that I read through it and you tell me how this all works and why we're adding this wording and that makes sense, then sure. But even when I ask, there's no answer. Still there's no answer. There's just, this is what we had, we went through the discussion, no one had anything, and so we kept it. That isn't an answer. You aren't telling me why we're doing it. You're telling me this is what was done. Okay, great. But what comments did you make about this? What concerns did you have? None. You had no comment whatsoever on it. You didn't make any issues with it whatsoever. You didn't cross anything out. You didn't add anything or remove anything. So if that's the case, how much homework did you do? I don't know. And so to me, I try to do my best every time I'm here. And I try to do my best throughout every week to read as much as I possibly can because there is a lot to read. There is a lot of information for me to take in. I am new to this, which I know all of you understand. At some point you were new to this. It hasn't been ingrained upon you from birth. So that's where I feel like I'm trying to get my legs under me, and I know that's going to take time. But I feel like I should also be given some amount of leeway to be able to get there. And I don't feel that I am, and that's unfortunate. It really is. It makes it so that others that might want to do this sort of work might see what's happening to me and say, well, I don't want to deal with that. That doesn't sound like fun. He's trying to learn, and they don't let him. And that's how it feels to me. Whether or not that's what you see as happening, that's how I interpret it. That's how I see what is happening when I want to change something, or if I don't like something, or if I even just want to question something. There is this constant just barrier for me to be able to get past that. And And maybe that's how this is gonna be for the next 3.5 years. It's already been 6 months and nothing's changed so far. So I don't have any indication that things are gonna be different 6 months from now, or 12 months from now, or 18 months from now. But I'm gonna keep trying, and I'm gonna get better at it, I will. But I can't say that I'm gonna do everything perfect. I'm not gonna come to every meeting completely prepared every single time. I'm gonna try to, but that's just the nature of public office. You cannot be experts in every single part of everything that we do. You can't. And so not allowing me to have an issue with something as it comes up, as we're going through, and then say, well, we've already discussed it, so we're just gonna pass it. Well, cool, I guess. But I mean, again, at that point, you're saying the people that made a choice of putting me here made the wrong choice, I guess. Like they should have had someone else here. And maybe they're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not the right person to be here. But you know what? You don't get to make that choice now. And so you're stuck with me for the next 4 years. And could every meeting end up like this and we spend every meeting until midnight? It could. Do I want it to be that way? No. When I'm suggesting that we put something off and we look at it later, it's to encourage that efficiency so that I can ask those questions. And now that I know our process, I can do that. We have, what is this, 20, 30, 40 different things we're approving tonight? Like that's a lot of stuff. And I'm sorry that I didn't know the process. I'm sorry. I should have read, I guess, the manual of everything there is to be a board member. I didn't, or I didn't have time, or I didn't know it, and that's just how it is.
President Margill,
Just a second, I'm sorry, Director Cook,
Oh,
or Director Clark
apologies.
has been
Yes.
patiently waiting, and then you can.
All right, so this is the first of the policy discussions we're supposed to be having. It's now over 30 minutes on that one topic. And Director Cook, you were supposed to, in this process, be convincing us whether we should vote to reconsider and to vote it down. So why don't we just put it to a vote and see how effective that's been?
President Margill, I think there has been a lot of missed opportunities. I'm only speaking for myself, to ask for that grace of still learning these processes and procedures. I think this is an opportunity for us to truly unionize as a board. And just looking at this specific policy, I personally don't see an issue just tabling this one. I think this is a great opportunity for us all to learn together. And if Director Cook has a lot of passion and thoughts about this one, I think as a board collectively, we should be supporting one another. We give grace throughout various times that we've been up here. And I guess I implore you to utilize this as an opportunity for us to continue working towards building that cohesive bond.
I would like to, if I may, Director Song, address the onboard support. That's why I did share with Director Cook the process, because it has been a process. And this is in support of my staff as it relates to new board members, and not necessarily new board members this year. But in the past, my staff does a great job to onboard and keep board members abreast, from calendaring to making sure files are uploaded. And I think you would agree that we go above and beyond that piece. That doesn't mean we're perfect, but what I wanted to make sure that I shared with the board is my team and staff will continue to do that, but we need to hear from you what makes it better, and I believe we're getting there. And so I'm going to continue to pledge that, is what I'm saying. So that, I just wanted to address that portion, because I really feel they've done a great job. And I don't want to miss that piece.
Yeah, don't take this as that.
Well, let me finish. The other is to continue to help support any board member, especially new board members. So I just wanted to state that.
I just want to say, like, as far as Pam's job, like, you've done wonderful. And I misunderstood how this process worked. I would go in and I would read the redlining and I would see what was going to change. And I didn't know that if I made comments, it was just comments to go in there and then we would discuss it later. I just the way I understood it is this is what we're going to change. And then I would read through it to make sure that I understood it and then move on.
And if I may, my comment wasn't specifically for that.
Yeah.
It was really the overall superintendent board governance as a team. We heard students speak today about what we need to move forward. And that is collaboration, making sure we listen to each other, making sure that we are able to make sure that I am providing to our board what we need, and that's what I'm trying to say, not specifically to that point, is making sure that, calendars, you've got the information you need, you're able to make sure you get to the files that you need. That's the piece that I'm saying, is we're continuing to work at that, so.
And we can go over that anytime you want.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. So a reminder to the board, you are, as Mr. Leonard mentioned, you have moved and seconded an item. You are at discussion at this point.
And while I do have frustration for the process not being followed, I hear a passion around this. I think the language that we had in the old one, I am fine to live with if this is the one that you're wanting to be at. And I also want to make very, very clear that this has nothing to do with you going to fifth grade camp, sorry. I'm not going to get you, it's taking a second for that. Love that's what you choose to be part of. I think that's great. It's that there was ample opportunity beforehand to make those comments, or in the email. And this is not our first policy session that we've gone through since being elected. This is, I believe, the second, if not the third. And so through each one of those asking. So I guess that's my frustration, but please do not hear it's from participating in volunteering in our schools. We want all volunteers that we can have.
And that's not what I was, the reason I said that was because my understanding of how this works was different than your understanding of how this works. And because of that, I made mistakes. And I apologize for the mistakes that I made. And it is highly unlikely to happen again, as I'm well aware of how I go through this process. And I know that we've had these policies before, but I had just gone through it under that same understanding. That was how I went along. And until now, I was never corrected. And it's not because it isn't your fault. It's not anyone in the district's fault. It's a fault of I didn't ask, but I also didn't know to ask. And that's part of it, is that, I was going off of a different assumption than what you were going off of. And that's where I have difficulty, is that, to me, I then come to you and ask for, clemency in me being able to do what I can do and take it, make mistakes and assume that when I make mistakes that I'm not going to be punished for making those mistakes. That's the part that I felt like that I am being punished because I didn't do things in the way that I was supposed to. And that's how I feel like, how am I ever supposed to get good enough at any of this to not make those procedural mistakes if I don't make mistakes and then correct them and then continue? Because I will make more mistakes. This isn't going to be the only one. I wish it were, but it's not. And I hope that we can have some amount of, grace for each other in when those things happen. We say, okay, well, let's look at it at a later date. Or, there are things that are going to be needed. If we have a boiler blow up and we need to have it replaced, obviously that's a different situation. I don't feel like this is that situation.
Any further discussion?
I just want to have a question for Director Cook. Were you able to look the 2x2?
Yeah.
And you brought it up?
Well, I just didn't bring it up to them because it wasn't, to my understanding, me bringing up something to them is not necessarily going to change anything, because you're the ones that make the decision, right? So if I talk to them about it, I'm just telling them, hey, I'm not sure about this, but they can't share that with everyone because we can't be discussing those things until we get here. And to me, it didn't seem like something to discuss until we were here. So I didn't bring it to them, and I apologize for that, but it was because I didn't think it was necessary.
I was just wondering.
Any additional comments from the board? Seeing no additional comments, it has been moved and seconded for approval of item number 7.03, policy 1620, the board superintendent relationship and the superintendent's duties. All those in favor of approval, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, raise your right hand and say nay.
Nay.
The motion fails 2 to 3. Is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to table 7.03, policy 1620, the board superintendent relationship and superintendent duties.
I think
We've already voted it to not approve
Oh,
it.
it was, oh, okay, sorry, I misheard.
That's right. Are you okay with?
I am, yes.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have a motion for 7.04?
I move to approve 7.04, policy 2021, library information and technology programs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seeing that policy number 7.04, policy 2021, library information and technology programs has been motioned for approval and seconded, we are now open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of approval of 7.04, policy 2021, library information and technology programs, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
Oh, I move that we approve policy 3422, student sports, concussion, head injury, and sudden cardiac arrest.
Second.
A motion has been made to approve policy 7.05, policy 3422, student sports, concussion, head injury, and sudden cardiac arrest. We are now open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, we move for approval of item 7.05, policy 3422, student sports, concussion, head injury, and sudden cardiac arrest. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
Madam Chair, I move approval of 706, policy 4200, parent access, visitors, and safe and orderly learning environment.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded for policy 4200, parent access, visitors, and safe and orderly learning environment to be approved. You are open for discussion. Seeing none, we move to a vote on policy 4200, parent access, visitors, and safe and orderly learning environment. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
I move to approve, we're on 707, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I move to approve, I move to approve 7.07, policy 4210, regulation of dangerous weapons on school premises.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded for approval of policy 4210, regulation of dangerous weapons in school premises, on school premises. We are open for discussion. Seeing none, we vote on, a motion has been made to approve 7.07, policy 4210, regulation of dangerous weapons on school premises. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
I make a motion to approve policy 7.08, policy 4311, school safety and security services program.
Second.
The motion has been made to approve 7.08, policy 4311, school safety and security services program. We are now open for discussion. Seeing none, we move to approve 7.08, policy 4311, school safety and security services programs. Please, all those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
I move that we approve 7.09, policy 5201, direct-free schools, community, and workplace.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded to approve 7.09, policy 4201, drug-free schools, community, and workplace. We are now open for discussion. Seeing none, move to approve item number 7.09, policy 4201, drug-free schools, community, and workplace. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Madam Chair, I move 710, policy 6216, reimbursement for goods and services, warrants, and unclaimed or reissued warrants.
Second.
A motion has been made to approve 7.10, policy 6216, reimbursement for goods and services, warrants, and unclaimed or reissued warrants. We are now open for discussion. Seeing none, move to approve item 7.10, policy 6216, reimbursement for goods and services warrants and unclaimed or reissued warrants. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I move to approve item 7.11, policy 6217, electronic funds transfer.
Second.
A motion has been made to approve item 7.11, policy 6217, electronic funds transfer, and seconded. We're now open for discussion. Seeing none, we move to approve 7.11, policy 6217, electronic funds transfer. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
I make a motion to approve 7.12, policy 6511, staff safety.
Second?
You get the short, easy one.
Yeah, I know. How did you get that? We need to change that.
Seeing that a motion has been made to approve 7.12, policy 6511, safety, staff safety, has been made and seconded. We are now open for discussion. Seeing none, we move to a vote for approval of 7.12, policy 6511, staff safety. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
I move to approve 7.13, policy 6570, property and data management.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to approve 7.13, policy 6570, property and data management. We are now open for discussion. Seeing none, we move for approval of 7.13, policy 6570, property and data management. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
Madam Chair, I move 7.14, policy 6600, transportation.
Yeah, how did he get that short?
Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you. A motion has been made to approve item number 7.14, policy 6600, transportation. We are now open for discussion. I do have a discussion item on this one. I had asked the question and got the answer that we are looking for a policy for when we're going to be able to reduce to be more in line with surrounding areas and based off of payment that we do get or reimbursement from the state for items for the travel time. And it said that that is coming, and I was just wondering if that could be specified a little bit more than coming soon.
Yeah, thank you, President Margell. I'll have Mr. Buzzard come up and share where we are in that process. Buzzard.
Thank you. As President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, I wish I had a specific date for you. What I will tell you is that Justin and his team are working diligently on what we're trying to do. The one thing we want to be very careful with this is that when we implement a policy and a plan to come back to reduce that of what the surrounding neighboring districts are doing, we need to make sure that we have the staff to do this. And that is the most important part that we need. Justin and I have been in constant conversation about phasing this in. So we are looking at a phased plan, but really it's the routing of how we can do this in a phased timeline over a period of time and making sure we have that staff. So I wish I had a better date for you. More to come.
Coming soon.
Coming soon to a boardroom near you.
Okay, and please, I actually think that it would be, knowing the current status of the difficulty of trying to get bus drivers, it would be imprudent to have a plan that would expect that we would get from 0 to 60 immediately.
That is correct.
Right, like a phased approach is the only prudent approach that I could see happening, and it sounds like that's the path that's being taken.
It is.
And so, again, I have, it is not, let's do it tomorrow, and that's not be expected. I'd like to even start seeing the plan of a plan. And so what does it look like? How much time? Because, of course, I think staffing plan would be one of the biggest factors in doing this. But, you can't get to that until we have a plan in place what that looks like. And so that's just what I'm hoping to see sooner than later.
And just so that you know, maybe a little bit more context. So phasing is one thing, but trying to look at all the different routes that we have now, and then going back and find out what's the furthest distance that children are walking. What are those walking routes that maybe they're not on a sidewalk? Those are the ones that we're really looking at. So there's a very detailed conceptual plan of what we're looking at, but when we come to the board with the plan, we want to have the whole plan. We don't just want to, we will come with a draft plan, but we want to have that vision of what it looks like from start to finish. Now, that might change in between, but the iteration of the first one, we just want to have a good plan for you.
Fair, I appreciate that. Any additional comments on this? Because I know that this is a board priority that we've had, that 1.75 miles, especially when part of it's not always on sidewalks, is.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we all feel that is one of the important things that, especially when we did the boundary changes, it kind of pushed some of the students further out due to border changes. So, after I had discussion with Justin, he said the same thing you just said, which is staff. And it's not something that Kent School District is struggling with. It's a nationwide struggle that's happening with finding bus drivers. So, yeah, the better we have plan where, where we're looking at 1 year, 2 year, 3 year plan, the better we can.
I can tell you that Justin and his team are definitely working on that.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Buzzard. It is a board priority. Yep.
Okay. Any further discussion from the board? Great. Okay. Seeing none, a motion has been made and seconded to approve item 7.14, policy 6600, transportation. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
I make a motion to approve 7.16, policy 6801.
Could we do 7.15 first?
Did I skip one?
You did.
I'm sorry.
I move to approve 7.15, policy 6605, student safety, walking, biking, riding buses, and school patrol.
Second.
The motion has been made and second for approval of 7.15, policy 6605, student safety, walking, biking, riding buses, and school patrol. We're now open for discussion.
I had a question on that one. I had read through a little bit of like the oh god, what is it called on here? The safe routes to school, walking and biking map or plan. And one of the suggestions that they had was having the parents, students, and staff from the school ahead, either the first day of school or they can do it a day ahead of time, going and doing that walk with the students. Is that something we do?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's called the walking school bus.
Oh, okay.
And, it can happen anytime.
Yeah.
But yeah, the walking school bus.
Yeah, my kids have never ridden a bus or taken or walked for the most part, so because they ride with my wife. So
We had when we had some construction, I believe, the new YMCA, I believe, is when that was happening. It actually eliminated a walk zone or walk area to Daniel. So we actually implemented a bus, but however, we had for some time a walking school bus with, sometimes we have neighbors that will watch out for our kids as they make that trek, so, yeah.
I had a question as well. With the occurrences of bus driver assault and with student misconduct, I do notice in here that there's I just don't see a way for bus drivers to protect themselves. I know in the emergency side it says they're going to follow specific policy or procedure. Is that where it outlines how bus drivers can also protect themselves if they were to get into an altercation?
Yeah, there are processes for training that they go through and de-escalation, some other pieces, but I'll have Mr. Buzzard come up and speak specifically to that if he can.
Yes, once again, the bus drivers go through training every year on how they do that. They can also, implement, they don't do any type of punishment on the bus, but they can actually go back to the school and have that implemented if there's an incident on the bus. And just remember that all of our buses have video. So that's where we get a lot of our information from. And we can see that and go back and utilize that. But training is the biggest thing, right response, and making sure that we're doing what we need to do as an adult. And when the child is in distress at some point in time, to know that they're having some type of issue, and they pull off the side of the road. If it's an emergency, they get a hold of transportation. If anything needs to be done, they do it at that time.
Okay, and then with right response, is there any plans to explore any other form of de-escalation trainings in addition to that, or in replace of? I ask just because right response is just one of those tactics and techniques that still incorporate a lot of non-evidence-based interventions, and so just out of curiosity, is there any talks about possibly changing that procedure?
So I'm going to call Mr. Pan, as that is in that area, as it relates to right response, to answer that question.
Absolutely. We are in the midst of that process right now, actually, in terms of looking at alternatives to right response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the comments I had.
If I may, one thing I did see on there, and I don't know, just to point it out, you probably saw it already, but there is, in the policy, there's just a very simple sentence at the beginning of the second page that says, of the red line version.
Oh.
In order to assure the safety of all, the bus driver may hold students accountable for their conduct during the course of transportation and may recommend corrective action against a student. So that's just the policy, right?
Yeah.
And then in the procedure that we have also for us to approve tonight, I'm sorry, I have many tabs open right now. Here we go. It's the 6605P. Under disciplinary, well, the first top section is all about what is acceptable per our policy, or sorry, per our procedures. And then it goes into the disciplinary policy of what that can look like depending on the age of the student and what it is. So I don't know if that helps further clarify some of the safety measures that a bus driver can take, because obviously
I was
very
just thinking like
important.
in the moment, like if a bus driver is getting assaulted, just making sure that, it sounds like you guys have put in those measures, so thank you.
That is correct, yeah. Training every year.
My apologies if I answered the wrong question being asked.
I had a question for Mr. Buzzard, and also would like to apologize for my comment earlier.
Me as well. Thank you for the grace.
And the question I had read somewhere that the cameras on the buses turn off after a certain period of time of idleness. Like obviously they don't record 24/7 all the time forever, or do they? I honestly don't know. And that was just a curious question that I had on that.
That's a great question. I will have to get back to you on that one. I believe that as soon as the bus turns on and they're on their route from start of route to finish of route, that video is on.
Okay. How long does it take before it turns off? Oh, okay, you'll get back to me. It's fine.
And if you have more specific questions about that, just email us, and we'd be more than glad to get you that information.
We can get that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Is there any further questions from the board? Motion has been made and seconded to approve item number 7.15, policy 6605, student safety, walking, biking, riding buses, and school patrol. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0.
I make a motion to approve 7.16, policy 6801, capital assets, theft-sensitive assets.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to approve item 7.16, policy 6801, capital assets, theft-sensitive assets. We are now open for discussion.
I only had one clarification, or ask for clarification. Part B says non-expendable, meaning if the item is damaged or some parts are lost or worn out, it's more feasible to repair it than replace it with an entirely new system. Does this negate events where, say, there is no repair option? Or is it just saying that I guess we prefer to repair it versus we can't replace it?
Superintendent Vela?
Mr. Buzzard, you're able to, I think the question is, if we are we able to repair? And it becomes an item that,
Can't be repaired.
Can't repair.
Can we replace it? Sorry, it was just a little confusing for me.
sure,
Yeah. So with that being in place, if a repair is done, usually repairs, and let's just say, I'll take a maintenance item such as like a boiler. If there's a component inside the boiler, just like in here, if there's something that can be repaired, then we repair it. If it's a full replacement, then those can actually come out of capital dollars. So capital is a full replacement. General fund is usually a repair. You cannot generally use capital dollars in any function for just a repair of something.
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
And just so I make sure, I just want to, where in the document was it that the question came up?
It was Part B under capital assets.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Unexpendable.
I'm sorry, you said that. Any additional questions from the board? No. Seeing no further discussion, motion has been made and seconded to approve item 7.16, policy 6801, capital assets, theft sensitive assets. All those in favor of approval, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
I move that we approve 7.17 policy 6895, pesticide notification, posting, and record keeping.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded for approval of item number 7.17, policy 6895, pesticide notification, posting, and record keeping. We are now open for discussion. Seeing none?
Say I hate pesticides, I think they're gross.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He said, I hate
I hate pesticides,
I
think they're
thought you
gross.
said I ate pesticides,
Oh.
and so I just wanted clarification on that one.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
letting you know, I'm gonna be dead here.
Thank you very much for
clarification.
clarifying that one. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Item number 7.17, policy 6895, pesticide notification, posting, and record keeping has, a motion has been made for its approval. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We are now on to 8.0, the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I asked to poll 819, gifts.
819, sorry, I put 809. 819 gifts, yep. Anything else?
I wanna poll 8.2,
Retirement?
or no, 8.20.
820.
Yes.
Vouchers?
Yes.
Yep. Any additional?
Madam Chair, I move approval of the consent calendar, items 801 through 818 plus 821.
And 822?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and 22, sorry.
Okay. A motion has been made, is there a second?
Second.
Second, great. A motion has been made and seconded for approval of consent items 8.01 through 8.22, with the exception of 8.19 and 8.20. We are now open for discussion.
Well, no, it's just.
Yeah, just approve it, discussion.
No, do you have discussion on that one? Okay. Seeing no discussion, we move for approval of items 8.01 through 8.22, with the exception of 8.19 and 8.20. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I move approval of 819 gifts and,
A second.
There's been a motion and second for approval of item 8.19, gift donations and/or memorials acceptance. We are now open for discussion.
so I just want to acknowledge, we've again had some very significant gifts. Kent Ridge High School got from their choir booster club $1,424 for transportation expenses for the choir festival at Central Washington University. Sunrise Elementary got a number of gifts from the Sunrise PTA. Student needs and a cash amount was $1,643. Books for classrooms, the equipment was $467, and books for the library was $444. And we thank them for their work and support of our schools.
Thank you very much.
And just as an aside on that one, I am a board member of the Sunrise PTA, and as such, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have had a motion and a second for approval of item 6.19, gifts, donations, and/or memorials acceptance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? All those abstain?
Aye.
The motion passes 401. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 8.20 vouchers.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded for approval of item 8.20, vouchers. We are now open for discussion.
This is one that I did bring up during my 2x2, and had asked if you could get the total amount of cost for 1669. I had asked for that the previous regular meeting that we had, and that you had said that you might be able to get it to me today, Superintendent Vela.
Yeah.
Did you?
We do not have that yet for you, so, but forthcoming.
Okay. And I just wanted to point out in that general fund vouchers, Foster Garvey has a charge of just over $300, adding to the additional costs that the district has incurred for 1669.
I'm sorry, how do you know it's for 1669?
Okay, I'm assuming that it's for 1669. I do not actually know that. So
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for the full amount and accounting of what it is.
Acknowledge that there is a $300 charge to Foster Garvey.
Yes.
Any additional questions on vouchers? Any additional comments? Seeing no discussion, further discussion, a motion has been made and seconded for approval of 8.20 vouchers. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Nay.
Any abstentions? The motion passes 410. Informational, in that we have mostly the procedures that go along with the policies that we have already approved. Moving on to communication, final communication from the audience. Oh,
I just
sorry.
have one question. Since we didn't approve the superintendent one, do we need to not approve 9.01, or does that make a difference?
So you're not approving the procedure?
We didn't approve the.
It's informational,
We didn't approve
so-
the policy change.
We did not move it forward.
Correct, you did not.
Yeah.
So nothing changes at this point for procedure until which time you do, and then we'll align it.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if we had to remove it.
Nope,
or
you do
something.
not.
Okay, thank you.
Since we paused for just a moment, there was, yep, great. There was one change I wanted to see, and it was made. Thank you very much. Final communication, I believe that we got through all of it, and it looks like we're good. Okay, moving on to 10.02, board reports and discussion. Director Song, would you like to lead us off?
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to say for tonight is last week I got to go to the night market at, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the name. It's like in the 100-acre woods. What's that school that's like way out
Sawyer
there?
Woods.
Yes. I'm sorry, it's late. But I went to their night market, and it was a lot of fun. I think it was really cool seeing the entrepreneurial spirit of a lot of the students there and the families. I won one of the gift baskets from the raffle. I don't know if I felt guilty, but I took it shamelessly.
It was
and
it's a board.
Do not start that rumor.
So I just I want to acknowledge and hope that other schools continue to put on great events like these, and please continue to invite all the board members to these events.
Great. Thank you very much, Director Song. Director Cook?
I just want to speak to the fact that I was supposed to be at camp this week, and I apologize I wasn't. The reason this week was that I was going to go was at a request of a friend of mine's child. So it was not due to a need from our schools or anything like that. And I apologize to my friend's child, but it sounds like they're having a good time. So I'm happy with that. I'm looking forward to the school and the end of the school year. Things are starting to close up. It's fantastic. Not as much looking forward to having two girls in middle school. That sounds scary. But outside of that, I think things are going well towards that end of the year, and I look forward to seeing all the graduations.
Great. Director Clark.
Recently, I visited Carriage Crest Elementary, and as all the elementaries, the loss of the 6th grade and the transition of the boarders has brought a lot of change. But, you know, they're getting through it. What's really inspiring to me, though, is to see the constant application of technology to improve and broaden access in instruction in the classroom. These people are really effective at using that technology, and you know, they're great classroom instructors, and it's just been a pleasure to watch them perform.
Thank you very much, Director Clark. Vice President Farah.
Yes, I just wanted to thank First Nation Indian Tribal inviting us to that training, and we've learned a lot that we can implement in our district. I also want to thank the board and the ability to rewrite our land acknowledgement work that we've started last year, and I just want to continue that to happen. I also want to thank the student leaders today. That was amazing. So I want to see that more. And because we're all sitting here due to the fact that we want to make the next generation better, and to hear from them, I truly believe they know what they need. And as an adult, we should listen to them and implement what they want to see this district to be. And we've heard a lot of their concerns today. And as they said it, and one of the students at Kenridge said, Victor, we just don't want to come and give you list of things that we want and not get anything in return. I want to see that we've received their request and we'll be able to respond and make sure that they see the result of their work, because the survey they have done, it's not an easy work. They did do step up, so we have to meet them. I want to thank the iGrad staff last night, giving us that work session and letting us know what they're struggling with and how we can help them as a district and the new building that they're moving into. And I just wanted to reiterate that the district is here and making sure that iGrad is supported. We all have vested interest to make sure iGrad is successful. It's one of the best things that this district does. So as board member, and I'm sure the rest of our board members agree that we're here to support iGrad. I'm looking forward to next month's graduation. Can't wait to see those faces, young kids that are looking into the world and trying to achieve what they set out to be and the rest of their lives. So that, to me, it's one of the best things that we do as board members. And I want to close my report by thanking the staff. This is really one of the things that I want to always let you know. You are the best. and we're lucky to have you. And please keep doing the work that you do, because it shows the student leaders that we saw today because of the staff that this district has. I'm really proud. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Vice President Farah. As commented, it has been really busy, and I've been able to see a lot of kind of the end of the year things throughout our district. Had the opportunity to go and see Mean Girls at Kent Ridge High School. Also noting the beautiful new carpeting in the PAC and just the area around it. Just really, it is a great place that showcases really great work of our students. And so thank you very much to Mr. Buzzard and his team for getting that all done. Mean Girls was fantastic. There's just a lot of work from a lot of people that go into that. It's a big production, and I know that many of our schools around the district have some really amazing work that goes into. So thank you to our students and our staff that goes into the tireless hours, and all those parents that are selling the popcorn and the licorice and everything else that goes into it, and driving our students back and forth. So thank you. The arts are incredibly important to what we do every day, and thank you for having that. And I very much loved the Mean Girls. By the way, the play for high school is a little different than the movie if you haven't seen it. And one of the I won't give all of the taglines because it might not always be as appropriate, but one of the best lines is calling other people stupid doesn't make you any smarter. And I think that is an amazing message and can be taken so many different ways, so love it. Also got to see our jazz bands for the Kent Ridge Strand for both middle school and the Kent Ridge High School. We have some really amazing musicians, and if you've ever had the pleasure of sitting through a recorder concert, and I say pleasure with a lot of leeway on that one, it's amazing to see what our teachers have done to get our students from there to there, and they have come really far. So that was a fun one to watch. Also appreciated us filling our commitment and meeting with iGrad, but really I think the work was that happened outside and around that, where people are happy with where, and our teachers and our administration for a third portable. It was an elegant solution that really made people like the space that we're moving into, and I'm glad to see that. I'm also encouraged to hear the partnership that we're doing and getting better data around that to really see the success of the program. Great work around our land acknowledgement and our native student training. I think that's been covered well by those on either side of me. Thank you for the generous donation from the Kent Schools Foundation for our graduates. That is life-changing money. Also looking forward to our graduations. It is interesting to see how each school has their own take on it, and yet is so uniquely KSD at each one. Thank you to our Student Design Council. I very much heard the concerns and the need to have that dialogue continuing to go forward. It's not enough just to hear. The real work comes now and is the responsibility on us as adults as how we continue that dialogue going forward. And which leads me right into communication improvements. So glad to see that we're seeing those communication improvements and looking forward to conversations that we've had about communication in many different ways, improving and increasing as we move into already planning for next year's calendar and what that looks like. I'd like to end the evening thanking our students, as I always do. They are the focus and the reason why we do all of this every day. I appreciate all of you who have stayed with us through 9 p.m. and we are adjourned.